of someone trying to stifle their fear. Violet's eyes adjusted to the dark. At the bottom of the alleyway she saw a little girl. The child stood alone, clutching what looked like a hat. She trembled so hard that Violet could see her shake in spite of the darkness. The child was almost choking with distress. "Oh, come here." Violet held her arms open. The girl did not move. "Come to me. I can help you." The child remained where she was, rigid with terror. "I'll find you then." Violet edged her way down the dark alley, reaching out towards the terrified girl. She was nearly close enough to touch her. Glistening tear tracks ran down the sunken-cheeked, dirty face. The little girl wore rags, and a pool of liquid surrounded her holed boots where she had wet herself. Her eyes were round and anguished. As Violet knelt, the girl gasped. A sudden force propelled her forwards and brought her to her senses. She shrieked and darted up the alleyway, leaving Violet sprawled on the ground. Violet stood up, disorientated, and a shadow loomed ahead. It was a man, tall and menacing. She stepped back, sick with terror as the man moved towards her. A scarf covered his lower face, and his eyes were dark with malice. Before Violet could react, his arms snaked out and pulled her back into his chest. She heard a scream and realized it was coming from her mouth. Something cold pressed against her throat. She screamed again. A volley of footsteps thundered down the alley. "Stay away," hissed a voice, as Violet's assailant slunk into the shadows and vaulted a low wall at the end. "You all right, miss?" Violet stared uncomprehendingly at her rescuer. He was a night porter and was holding a lantern. His face was kind. "Did he hurt you?" Violet clutched her throat. It was wet. She looked at her hand and placed it in the beam of light. Blood. "He cut me. Did you see him?" "I did. Let's get you out of here." He escorted Violet onto Crispin Street and towards the Paul's Head. The doors were open, the drinkers now outside on the street, curious about the source of the screams. "Oh, God, Violet!" It was Lawrence. He rushed towards her. "What happened?" "There was a man in the alley. A stranger. He cut me." Violet's hand was still over her wound. She was trembling. Lawrence took her hand and examined her neck. "Still bleeding, but superficial," he said. "Here. Hold this over the cut." He passed her a clean white handkerchief. Violet held it to her neck and stared dumbly at Lawrence. "Oh, Violet." He pulled her towards him and held her in his arms. He stood a head taller, and he rested his chin against her head. Her hair smelled clean, her skin fresh, but he could feel her fear. She was trying hard to be brave while shaking involuntarily. He kissed her on the forehead. "We need to get you to hospital." "No, you said it wasn't serious." "You won't bleed out," said Lawrence, "but it needs cleaning up, and we ought to find a policeman."
"Did you get cut by the Ripper?"
The woman who had accosted Lawrence in the bar tugged at Violet's cloak. Violet recoiled at the stench of alcohol and rotting teeth. "Go away," said Lawrence angrily.
"Oh, my God!" cried the woman. "You've been got by Jack. He's back."
Lawrence pulled away from Violet and faced the crowd. "Was it Jack?" asked the owner of the dog.
"It ain't safe," said another woman, "and nobody cares about us."
A tall man brandishing a piece of lead pipe.
"I'll kill him, so I will."
"It wasn't the Ripper," said Lawrence. The mood was turning ugly. The situation would be easier to manage if the rowdy, unpredictable occupants of the Paul's Head weren't afraid. "Get back inside," said the night porter. "Leave the lady alone." The man with the lead pipe spat on the pavement. He glared at Lawrence, then threw the weapon on the floor before returning to the bar. The other drinkers followed. "Do you have a whistle?" asked Lawrence. "We need a policeman." "You'll see one any minute," said the night porter. "Crispin Street is on his beat." "Did you see what happened?"
"A little. I heard the lady scream. A small child tore out of the alley, nearly knocked me off my feet, and I saw him with a knife to her neck. One more minute and it would have been, well, you know. God.
Lawrence put his hand to his mouth. It doesn't bear thinking about.
Hey! You!
The night watchman darted across the street.
Rachel! Come here!
He knelt by a large metal container on the other side of the road.
It's all right. You're safe. Come with me.
He returned to the front of the public house, hand in hand with a little girl.
Oh, you poor thing.
Violet reached towards the girl and stroked her cheek. Who is she? Asked Lawrence.
Solly Cohen's youngest,
said the night watchman.
I didn't recognise her when she was running full pelt towards me.
She was at the bottom of the alley. With him,
said Violet. Lawrence dropped to one knee. Did you know the man in the alley? He asked. The girl shook her head. Why were you with him? Rachel turned towards the night watchman and buried her head in his coat.
Don't worry. You aren't in trouble, young Rachel, said the watchman. Tell the gent what you were doing there.
The girl sniffed. Her bottom lip trembled.
I was walking past the alleyway. The man said he would give me a penny if I helped him look for his dog. I went with him, and he pointed to the coal cellar and said the dog was in there. I took my hat off and was about to go inside when he grabbed me and put a knife in my neck.
Are you injured?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't hurt. The man said he wouldn't hurt me if I did as he asked.
What did he want?
He said I was to shout for help, but not too loudly. So I yelled, and it wasn't loud enough. He kept saying, shout louder or shout softer, and jabbed me in the neck with the knife until I was so frightened that I couldn't make my voice change. I couldn't stop crying.
The child sniffed again, and tears fell silently down her cheeks. Do you know where she lives? Asked Lawrence. The porter nodded. Better get her home.
There's your policeman now.
The soft glow of a bullseye lantern preceded PC 141. Come on, Violet. We'll get you to the police station, then straight to a hospital. Violet opened her mouth to protest. I mean it, said Lawrence. They watched the night watchman and the little girl fade into the night. Violet removed the blood-stained handkerchief from her neck. Her legs almost gave way at the sight of her blood. She had been seconds away from death. And it was no random attack. Stay away, the man had said. It was personal. Chapter 19. Prevention is better than cure. Thursday, the 5th of April, 1888. Thank God I keep a journal. There has been another attack on a woman in Whitechapel, this time in Wentworth Street. It is only a short distance from the place that the unfortunate Annie Millwood met her fate, or rather, that she met me, not the real me, but the brute that wakes during the attacks. I have spent the short time since the last event cataloguing my memories, such as they are, and continue to analyze my behavior and my symptoms. I have always found my condition fascinating right from the early days when it was of short duration and barely noticeable. I have never been afraid of it, and, even now, knowing the full extent of my actions, I no longer rail or panic as the memories return. Instead, I am passive, almost detached. The self-loathing comes later, usually as a result of reading newspaper reports. But I digress. I had not killed this time, which meant that the preventative measures I employed were working. I no longer carry a knife. And I keep the tools I use in the course of my trade at work. They are not taken with me, as was my custom. I have stopped using the railway, and, most usefully, I keep a detailed log of my movements. I note the time I leave, where I go, and even how long I take to get there. It is all in my journal. The murder in Whitechapel took place on Tuesday. Another fallen woman. Another alcoholic, felled by an unspeakable act in the dead of night. I heard about it as I walked through Holborn yesterday. The newspaper boys were chanting, "Another Ripper murder," in their high-pitched, Cockney voices. Men and women flocked towards them to buy a paper and indulge in their unsavoury thrills. I was one of them, of course. I do not enjoy gratuitous violence, which might seem like a strange thing to say after recent events. I purchased a paper only because I needed to glean enough details to rule out my potential involvement. I felt sure of my innocence this time. There were no snatches of memory nor recollections of my journey home from somewhere unfamiliar. I bought a paper and took it into the coffee room of the nearby Crown Hotel and spread it across the table while drinking the steaming liquid to steel myself. I scoured the paper looking for the time of day for which I would need to account. When I found it, I took my journal from my coat pocket, which I kept on my person at all times for obvious reasons. It was the work of a moment to establish that I was, as I already thought, at home that night. Not only had I stayed at home, but I even recorded the time that I retired to bed, which was a little after 10 o'clock. I was not involved in the murder of Emma Smith, and it came as an enormous relief. Chapter 20. The Missing Page. Wednesday, the 20th of June, 1888. Something dreadful has occurred, a calamity, a dire situation that I cannot see a way through. It was all going so well. My journal-keeping, avoiding the railway, everything worked as I planned. There were no further repetitions of the incidents of February and March. My illness lay mostly dormant, with only 1 or 2 new episodes lasting a few seconds at most. I was in full control of my faculties until this afternoon. I travelled to Westminster as usual, walking instead of using transportation. I had come to deplore transport of any kind. It might have been an overreaction on my part, but I concluded that the sounds and motion of mechanical carriers precipitated my attacks. The most severe incidents had happened during train travel, and it struck me that they could be similarly induced in a tram or carriage by the clip-clop of hooves. It was possible, and I wasn't prepared to take the chance. I arrived at my destination in good time and joined the meeting, alert and interested. The June weather was fine and sunny, the windows were open, but I found my eyelids growing heavy, and my concentration began to lapse. I removed my jacket and hung it over the back of a chair, immediately feeling much better. The talk was fascinating, and at the end I met the speaker, and we discussed the merits of his theories. We talked for half an hour, and one by one the other members slipped away until there were only 4 of us left in the room. I said goodbye and went to retrieve my jacket. Fear slithered through my chest as I saw that the journal had fallen from my pocket and lay splayed across the floor underneath the chair. I grabbed it and frantically stowed loose newspaper articles back into the notebook. I turned to see if anyone had noticed. Nobody was facing me. As my heartbeat slowed, I realized that it wouldn't matter if they had. There was nothing untoward about the journal, and it would not have looked suspicious even if they had seen it on the floor. I was panicking for nothing. I put my hat on and said farewell before returning home, once again, by foot. And here I am now, in my bedroom in my night attire, pen in hand, about to journal the day's events. My notebook is intact and exactly as it should be, but one of the 3 newspaper articles is missing. And it is damning. It was the first. The death of Annie Millwood, and I noted my movements around the outside of the newspaper text. I jotted all my loose thoughts on that piece of paper. Untidy speculation in spider scrawl filled the empty spaces, and now it is gone. It can only be where it fell from my jacket. The speaker is unlikely to find it. And another man followed me out, leaving only one other in the building. He is the only man who could locate the cutting tonight. What is the worst that would happen if he did? I cannot remember precisely what I wrote, but I am sure that I did not identify myself. I may have referred to my affliction in passing, but I did not name it. I scribbled my notes in a frenzy, and they bear little resemblance to my usual writing. So what chance is there of detection? I have concluded that it is not worth the risk, and I will return this evening. I have a key of my own. We all do. It will be late by the time I get there. Everyone will be long gone, and the building will be empty. I will find the clipping, or I will not, and if I don't, I can be reasonably sure who took it. Of one thing I am certain. Though my conscience pains me, I will do everything I can to prevent an intrusion into my written thoughts. If the wrong man reads my journal, he may talk. I will be shut away and examined like an animal at a zoo. I will do whatever it takes to remain at liberty. Chapter 21. A difficult decision. Prowling around London in the middle of the night brought back painful memories of my initial foray into the East End earlier that year. I remember feeling disorientated and frightened, with no real idea of how to get home. Tonight brought back those feelings of guilt and wrongdoing, but this time I had prepared. I knew where I was going and how to get there without drawing undue attention to myself. And even if someone saw me, I had a ready explanation at hand. Still, I would prefer to remain undetected, so I slipped down side streets and cut-throughs. Before long, I found myself outside the society headquarters, determined to find the newspaper cutting. I crept around the outside and established that it was empty, as anticipated. I located my key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. I had never been alone in the building that late at night. Despite the familiarity of the rooms and layout, I found the emptiness unsettling. I opened the door to the meeting room and lit the gas lamp nearest the door. My stomach knotted when I saw 2 stacks of chairs at the end of the room. Someone had taken the time to clear up at the end of the meeting. It did not bode well. I discarded any further concern about the possibility of detection and lit every gas lamp in the room so I could see without impediment. I searched the floor, behind the curtains, and under the circular mat in the centre. I even unstacked the chairs, hoping against hope that the clipping had fluttered onto the seat and become sandwiched between 2 of them. It was a waste of time and energy. The cutting had gone. I extinguished the lamps and slammed the door, then opened another and collapsed on the settee with my head in my hands. There were people I could rely on to protect my best interests, regardless of my actions. But if the wrong person found the clipping, the game was up. The man I left in the building was as straight as a die, and law-abiding. He was unlikely to keep any misgivings provoked by the article to himself. Even if he did not mention his suspicions immediately, he would be sure to discuss them sooner or later. It was in his nature to deliberate and consult. I sat in the darkness for half an hour, wrestling with my conscience. The man was my friend. But something had altered in me, and my overriding aim was to avoid detection, come what may. The man was past his best. He had not enjoyed the success or renown he might have expected from his latest venture. He had feared for some time that he has been defrauded and made a fool. The thought of these things made my decision bearable. A plan was formulating in my head. I discarded it at first, but after 15 minutes of deliberation I realized it was the only way. I could not achieve it alone, and would need help. Could I reasonably expect to get it? I was adept at understanding the nuances of human nature and had built strong friendships. The men I knew had seen me through difficult times. They might be ready to help without the need for explanation. They already knew of my affliction and were protective, as true friends ought to be. More importantly, it was in their interests to help. They were intelligent men. The less they knew, the better. I could credit them with the sense to know that they should not ask questions for which they would undoubtedly regret knowing the answers. There would be safety in numbers. I decided to rally their support as soon as I could. But first, I needed to write a letter. I moved across the hallway and into the library, then sat at one of the reading desks where I lit a lamp. An inkwell was in front of me. I reached into my pocket and retrieved my fountain pen. I opened the box in the center of the desks, extracted a sheet of headed paper, and began my missive. "My dear Edmund," I wrote. Chapter 22. What Donston Knew. Thursday, the 5th of March, 1891. Lawrence paced the floor in the bedroom of the hotel he had grown to loathe. It was drab, noisy, and full of people for whom he had no time. It was only the presence of Violet that made the place bearable, and she had spent the night in a hospital. He could not face the reading room again and kept to his bedroom, forcing himself to remember details of every conversation that had taken place over the last few days. Why was Violet attacked? Was it a random event? She maintained otherwise. Violet said that the menacing man in the top hat had warned her to stay away, but Violet had been disorientated and fearful of losing her life. Now that she was out of the oppressive darkness and no longer terrified, could he rely on her memory? Lawrence felt there was room for doubt. Even so, he would treat the matter as she had reported it. He would assume that the assailant had lured her into the alley as she supposed, but he could already see flaws in the scenario. How would the man know she would be there at all, never mind alone? And how would he know there would be a child conveniently available at that time of night? Lawrence drew the curtains and watched a horse plod along the lane below. A boy in a flat cap wandered ahead of it, pulling the rope on its halter without ever looking behind. The boy's ill-fitting attire was threadbare, and though it was February, he was not wearing a coat. His head was down, he did not smile, and his demeanor suggested that he was carrying an unendurable burden. The horse appeared equally defeated by life. The disheartening scene reminded Lawrence of his first impression of the East End. There were groups of people everywhere, come rain or shine, by day or deep into the night. The pavement life had been one of the most noticeable features of the area. Whole communities congregated on front doorsteps outside their lodgings. It would be easy to find a child even at night. The hour hadn't been especially late. In spring it would have been light. True, some of the smaller streets they had passed through were empty, but once they reached the larger roads, there were many more people, particularly near the public house. Violet's attack was opportunistic. It had to be. The man used the child because she was there. Had she not been, he would have found another means of enticing Violet away, which suggested that he was already in the vicinity before they arrived. Now Lawrence considered it. Violet had mentioned hearing footsteps several times. He had dismissed her fears as an overactive imagination, but perhaps she was right. Who knew of their intention to journey to the East End? Who could have followed them? Well, Henry Moore knew because Lawrence had discussed it over dinner. Henry was not at all keen on the idea, but he would not have intervened and had no wish to see Violet harmed. Had Violet told anyone? Lawrence did not know and could not ask. Not until she left hospital anyway. Oh dear. Violet may not have said anything, but now he came to think of it, he might have done. He remembered asking the hotel porter about stations and railway lines, though he could not recall whether he had mentioned White's Row. But he certainly asked for directions to Aldgate, which placed them in the East End. And there was the small matter of a map which the porter had drawn. Not only did the porter know where they were going, but any one of the guests could have overheard the conversation. Not that there was any reason for them to take an interest in Lawrence's business, but it was fair to say that other people had known where they were going. And Donston was aware, wasn't he? He had given Lawrence plenty of information about White's Row. Could he have deduced that Lawrence would visit? And what was Donston doing in the Paul's Head? Lawrence raised his eyes at the memory of that nuisance woman in the public house. He had tried to get closer to Donston at the back of the room before she waylaid him by the door. He could not shake her off in time to identify the man before hearing Violet's screams. Lawrence screwed his eyes tightly and tried to visualize the scene from the previous night. He couldn't remember seeing the man who resembled Donston again after he encountered the over-friendly woman. Lawrence sat on the bed and picked at the candlewick bedspread. He wondered whether the Paul's Head had a back door and concluded it must. The public house was located on the corner and would need a rear entrance to take delivery of stock. Donston could have slipped outside undetected and attacked Violet in the alley. It all made sense. God, he could have killed her. Lawrence didn't give much thought to Violet half the time, and she irritated him the rest. It had taken the attack for him to appreciate the extent of his regard. It wasn't a romantic interest, at least he didn't think so. But she meant a lot more to him than he had realized, and someone had hurt her, possibly a man who looked like Donston. Lawrence gritted his teeth as anger rose in his breast like the first flush of fever. How dared Donston think he could behave like this and get away with it? Lawrence flung open his wardrobe and extracted his coat and hat. He strode from the room, slamming the door behind him, and exited the hotel, almost walking into the path of a hansom cab. The driver pulled up. "Going somewhere, governor?" asked the cabman. "The Triangle Hotel," snarled Lawrence, "and make it quick." Lawrence jumped from the cab and pressed a few coins into the driver's hand without checking how much it was. Value for money was the last thing on his mind as he stormed into the entrance of the hotel. Lawrence strode past the man at the desk without acknowledging his presence and ran up the stairs 2 at a time. He hammered on the door of Donston's room and waited a few seconds, listening for signs of life. Nothing happened, so he hit the door again. It opened, and Donston stood there, pallid and with a puzzled expression on his face. "Mr. Harpham, again. What can I do for you this time? Why did you attack Violet? What has she done to you?" "What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Leave me alone." Donston tried to close the door, but Lawrence put his foot between the door and the jamb. "Oh, no, you don't. Get out." Lawrence lost his temper, grabbed Donston by the throat, and pushed him into the room. He shoved Donston backwards and pinned him to the wall by his throat, just like the girl he had seen at the Paul's Head. "I've had enough of your lies," spat Lawrence. "You nearly killed her, you bastard." Donston gasped. He tried to speak, but Lawrence's hand constricted his throat, and all he could do was splutter. Lawrence released his grip, still incandescent with rage. "You had better start talking, Donston. I would if I had the first idea what you were speaking about," he said hoarsely. "You know perfectly well. You were at the Paul's Head last night.
I was not. I saw you. You did not, I tell you. I never left this room. Whoever you saw, it was not me. I don't believe you. You have been lying to me since the moment we met. The White's Row connection was your idea, not mine. But for you, I wouldn't have been anywhere near the place. Why did you go? I thought your interest was with Gurney. Start talking now. Lawrence forced Donston deeper into the wall and glared at him. Their faces were almost touching. Let me go, and I'll tell you what I know. But I can't talk like this. Lawrence released his grip, and Donston coughed and rubbed his throat. Lawrence picked up a walking stick which was propped up by the window and pushed it towards Donston's chest. Sit on the bed, he commanded, and start talking. Lawrence backed towards the open bedroom door and shut it. He did not take his eyes from Donston as he brandished the walking stick in front. Put it down, whispered Donston, his voice still hoarse. There is no need. Lawrence pulled the chair from the desk and turned it towards the bed. He sat facing Donston, with the walking stick held across his lap. Why did you lie? Because my life depends on it. Go on. Look, I did see Gurney that night. I cannot imagine how you knew. I didn't. Lawrence blurted it out without thinking, surprised at Donston's admission. He had known all along that Donston was being evasive, but it hadn't occurred to him that it was about seeing Gurney. Isn't it Edmund Gurney that you're interested in? Never mind that. Tell me what you saw. It might be easier if I show you. Donston stood and faced Lawrence. He raised an eyebrow and Lawrence nodded. Go ahead. No funny business, though. Rosalind Donston walked to his desk, took a key from the empty inkwell, and unlocked a small drawer. He withdrew an envelope and handed it to Lawrence before sitting back on the bed. Lawrence opened the envelope to find a letter written on SPR-headed paper. My dear Edmund, it has come to my notice that someone close to the heart of our organization has committed a criminal act, an act so heinous that I cannot overlook it. Unspeakable violence has been perpetrated against two women, Annie Millwood and Ada Wilson. I have been gathering evidence for some time now in support of my suspicions. Unfortunately, I mislaid an item that may lead to the transgressions becoming public knowledge. I had hoped to have more time to consider the matter and investigate it thoroughly before bringing it to the attention of the authorities. Edmund, I fear I cannot make this decision alone. Reluctant as I am to place my burden in the hands of another, I beg you to help me resolve this dilemma. Meet me in the foyer of the hotel where we stayed when we conducted the first of our investigations into post-hypnotic states. I will be there at 9 o'clock on Friday evening. Tell no one. Yours ever. Lawrence turned the page over. The reverse was blank. Who wrote this? I don't know, said Donston. Have you told the police? No. But these names. They are the women you mentioned yesterday. Donston looked sombre as he nodded his head. You've been helping the police with their inquiries. Why didn't you tell them about this? Lawrence searched the man's face, perplexed. Donston had been a suspect himself. Production of the letter would have guaranteed an immediate release. Donston sighed. I wrote to the headquarters of the SPR, he said, advising them of the contents of this letter and that I had seen the writer in Brighton. They suggested I never spoke of it and offered a large sum of money in return. Blackmail, gasped Lawrence, if you like. I thought it a fair exchange, said Donston. But those poor women. Donston eyed him coldly. They were dead. I could hardly bring them back. Did you find out who wrote the letter? Never. As you can see, it was not signed. Presumably the reference to the hotel was enough for Gurney to know who wrote it. Who did you contact at the SPR? I don't know.
I wrote a letter and posted it to the Society's headquarters. A day later, I received a note telling me to look out for instructions in the personal section of the Pall Mall Gazette. I did. And that is the way we communicated. Are you telling me that the SPR is concealing the man who murdered these two women? They are concealing far more than that. Why have they paid you if you don't know who wrote the letter? They believe I do know. I have never indicated otherwise. Then you are in grave danger. Not necessarily. My solicitor has instructions in the event of my sudden death. I made sure the SPR were fully aware of this when I wrote to them. But you said the deaths were part of the Ripper killings. They cannot be. They are, Mr. Harpham. The killings never stopped. Good God, man, you allowed him to go on when you could have intervened. I repeat, I did not kill them. Who knows what would have happened? The SPR has many members. It could be any one of them. Scotland Yard would have unmasked the killer. Really? The men at the top of the SPR have conspired to keep this secret. They closed ranks. Any evidence will be long gone. You wanted to prolong the Ripper's capture for money. There has been no money since the end of December 1888, and I had to fight to get that. You may have heard of Montague Druitt. He died that month by drowning. He was a Ripper suspect, and the SPR refused to pay any more money on the strength of his probable guilt. The name sounds familiar. It should. Druitt was one of only a few suspects seriously considered by Scotland Yard. There was good reason to suspect him. The timing was right, and the SPR claimed to have proof of his guilt. What proof? They did not say, and I could hardly press them. But I do not believe Druitt was the murderer. You were a suspect for a while. You knew so much, yet you allowed them to arrest you. I encouraged it, Mr. Harpham. Why? Money. Why else? Lawrence stared at Donston, unable to comprehend the coldness of a man who put money ahead of life. I don't understand. I will explain. First, I need a drink. Do you want one? Lawrence shook his head. Donston grabbed a glass tumbler and filled it with a dark liquid from a chipped decanter. He knocked it back and filled another glass. Well, it's like this. The SPR paid me after the murders of Millwood and Wilson. Later there were several other killings, which seemed like the work of the same man, but it was far from certain, and I gave them the benefit of the doubt. Then Polly Nichols was killed in Bucks Row. Her throat was slit and her abdomen ripped apart, just like Annie Millwood. There were too many similarities to ignore. And look at this. Donston stood up again and walked to the wall by his desk. Above the African mask was a map of the world. He detached the top two corners and folded them down, revealing a large map of London on the rear with strategically placed red ink markers. Look, here, here, and here, he said, pointing to the most easterly marker and working towards the west. This one is Ada Wilson in Maidman Street. This one in the west is Annie Millwood in White's Row, and this one, he held his finger over the middle marker, this is Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. They are all along the same line, said Lawrence. Quite. The location is significant. The Ripper is a madman, said Lawrence. Quite possibly. I did not say what significance. Perhaps it is a matter of transportation. Or the Ripper might have had business in one of the local buildings. Maybe the area was unfamiliar and he kept close to Whitechapel Road. Who knows? But I had time on my hands. Did I mention my confinement to the London hospital throughout the latter half of 1888? No? I suffer from... well, you don't need to know the details. It is enough to say that I was at a low ebb, lethargic most of the time and bored with life. But I am, as you know, a journalist by trade, and I still required an income. The hush money from the SPR did not last long, and hospitalized or not, I had bills to pay. And so I lay there, confined to my sickbed, embittered and angry. I am a clever man, Harpham. I decided to put my intellect to the test and resolved to unmask the murderer. I already had a head start on all the other amateurs knowing, as I did, the connection with the SPR. But which one of them was it? You say you were in a hospital. Could you not leave? It was not a prison. But nor could I come and go at will. There were ward rules to follow. Did you make any progress? It was easy to get hold of copies of the SPR journal. They publish it monthly, and they name all members and associate members. But as for the identity of the Ripper, I am no further forward now than I ever was, though I have a greater understanding of how he did it. There must have been further communication from the SPR if you received another payment. I did, but it was tortuous. I left messages in the personal column of the Pall Mall Gazette as before, but they ignored them, damn their eyes. At quite a risk, too. A less patient man than me might have given up and taken the matter to the police. Hardly, said Lawrence out loud. The narcissistic man in front of him was not awash with morals, nor the type to walk away from a lucrative venture. How did you gain their attention? He continued. I waited to see if there would be another murder. And there was. Annie Chapman, Hanbury Street, died within a spit of White's Row, and another left-to-right cut to the throat with slashes to her abdomen. This time he took her uterus. Cut it right out. Cleanly. Lawrence swallowed. He did not appreciate the evident glee in Donston's voice. The more revolting the details, the more animated Donston became. He was enjoying it, and bragged like an actor at the denouement of a stage play. There was no doubt in my mind that it was the same man. I brooded over the matter for the rest of September, angrier than you could know. If the Ripper was on the loose again, I wanted more money. I attempted one more contact through the personal pages, but nothing came of it. On the last day of September, the double event occurred. Donston was striding around the room now, red-faced and enraged as he recalled the impotence of his position. Lawrence watched him in disgust. His greed was unpleasant enough, but it was more than that. Donston disliked being ignored. Self-centered and vain, he had struggled to maintain the secret he badly wanted to share. Donston stopped at the window and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Finally, he returned to the map and placed a finger over a marker just south of Commercial Road and another to the west of Aldgate Station. Elizabeth Stride, Burner Street, and Catherine Eddowes Mitre Square. The Ripper walked in a straight line from one to the other. Cut the first throat, left to right. No further damage. Not the same as the others, said Lawrence. Exactly the same. The Ripper must have been disturbed. And he murdered the other woman the same night. Yes. And he did it properly this time. Throat ripped, abdominal injuries, and he took a kidney. Revolting, said Lawrence, feeling queasy. Donston ignored him. I acted at once. They would not disregard me again. I wrote to the police and copied my letter to the Pall Mall Gazette. Here. Donston wrenched open a desk drawer and removed a handful of clippings. He selected one and thrust it towards Lawrence. It was a short article directed towards the SPR, goading and taunting them. The writing was derogatory and designed to provoke. The letter openly mocked the organization, suggesting they use their influence to identify the Ripper. But it was the last few lines that were revealing. Their meaning would be apparent to anyone concealing the murderer. Lawrence read it aloud. Clairvoyance. Even if the mere local influence be insufficient to unseal their spiritual eyes, might set to work upon Jack the Ripper's letter and determine whether it be genuine or a hoax. Why does the Society for Psychical Research stand ingloriously idle? Lawrence whistled. Publishing that letter was risky, but they must have understood the warning. A self-satisfied smile played on the edges of Donston's mouth. They did. They contacted me through the personal columns the following day. I collected an envelope from a butcher's in the Strand with promises of money. They asked me to wait, as it was a substantial sum to raise and they needed time, so I did. And they paid you? They did not. Donston slammed his hand on the desk. They reneged, And in the meantime, Mary Kelly died in Miller's Court.
I remember, said Lawrence. It was the only Ripper murder with which I was familiar. I remember reading accounts in the Bury Press. The violence and destruction were incomprehensible. I've never read such awful details.
It was all wrong, said Donston. I still have doubts.
But it was the final murder. The Ripper indulged himself until he could endure no more, then the killings stopped.
It does not fit the pattern, said Donston. I don't believe it was the work of the Ripper. And the killings never ceased.
But you contacted the SPR again?
Yes. I gave them until the end of November, but nothing transpired.
Donston leafed through his clippings and handed one to Lawrence dated the 1st of December, 1888. Lawrence unfolded it.
You don't expect me to read all of this? No. I had a lot of time to think about these crimes in hospital. One of the doctors shared my interest in the case, and we swapped ideas. I hid references to myself within the theories that I outlined in this article. There should have been quite enough to alert the SPR to my presence. They would know I was not a man to trifle with.
It makes no sense to me, said Lawrence, scanning the article.
I don't believe in black magic. What does the cross represent? He pointed to a large cross on the right-hand side of the clipping. The cross is a representation of the murders, said Donston. I did not include them all, just enough to justify my theory. The purpose of the article was to flag my presence. It did not need to be accurate.
Forgive me for asking, said Lawrence, but your name is not on the article.
It is, if you look closely enough, said Donston. I have referred to the great modern occultist Eliphas Levi, and I have drawn a cross. Levi was a Rosicrucian.
Meaning?
It's an esoteric order, a spiritual movement. You don't need details, Harpham. I'm trying to explain how I gained their attention again.
Go on.
The literal meaning of Rosicrucian is rose-coloured cross. Do you see?
No, I don't.
I have chosen the name Roslyn. It is not my given name. The female equivalent is Rosalind, which means rose. Do you see now? Rose and cross. Rosicrucian. And if that was not enough to make the connection, the Roslyn Chapel in Scotland is important in the Rosicrucian movement. I did not select my name for this reason, but many have assumed it.
I don't follow, said Lawrence.
It is a big stretch. For you, said Donston. But the SPR members are well versed in esoteric lore. I knew the article would stand out, and it did. They contacted me again the next day.
And you got your money?
I received £50 in an envelope through my door. There was also a letter telling me to contact the police if I wished, and be damned, but the murders were over. The Ripper was dead, and I would hear about it in the papers very soon.
Not what you were hoping for?
I was furious, but sidetracked for a few days as I finally left the hospital in early December. It gave me time alone to consider my next move. I had a plan. Audacious and risky, but it would bring me into public contact with the police without revealing what I knew. Donston smiled wolfishly.
Lawrence raised his eyes heavenwards and shook his head.
What plan? I collaborated with an amateur detective by the name of Marsh. Common sort of fellow, quite full of himself. I had spent many hours researching the murders by then, and after several discussions he went running to the police, convinced that I was the Ripper. As I told you, the police are stupid. They still don't understand much about the Ripper's methods, and they fell for Marsh's story. I can't see how interaction with the police helped your cause. Scotland Yard is a leaky sieve. It always was. It put me in a position to help the gossip along a bit, of course. I reported to the Yard to help with their inquiries and gave them a good dozen reasons why my doctor friend Morgan Davis was a better suspect. I still don't follow. They questioned Davis at length. A perfectly innocent professional man was under scrutiny by Scotland Yard on my word alone, a handy demonstration of how it would be if I chose to reveal the connection to the SPR, and it worked. Finally, it worked. At the end of December, I received a large sum of money anonymously, together with a note reminding me that the Ripper was dead and a body would soon appear. On the last day of the year, they fished Montague John Druitt out of the Thames. The young man appeared to have killed himself. Was he a member of the SPR? He may have been, for all I know, said Donston. I don't have a full membership list. The point is that the Society knew. They warned me not once but twice of the impending discovery of a body. How did they know? I have contacts in London. It did not take long to find out that Druitt was a serious suspect for the Ripper, and the murders stopped, so I had every reason to believe it. I assumed he must have a connection to the SPR. How else could they have known in advance? Lawrence pondered the matter. How else indeed, he said. But everything you have told me is old news. None of it explains the attack on Violet. I don't know anything about an attack, said Donston, rubbing his throat. Who is Violet? Do I know her? She is a friend. A man attacked her last night. He had a knife. This same man warned her to stay away. Nasty, said Donston. But her attacker could be any number of East End ruffians. There are plenty about who would slit her throat for a few coins. Would you feel the same way if I told you that she was in the headquarters of the SPR earlier this week? Donston whistled. That's a different matter. Good God, what was she doing there? Visiting, said Lawrence. Well, if I had a lady friend, I wouldn't let her anywhere near that place. Lawrence paused for a few seconds to think. He walked towards the window and stared outside before turning to face Donston. There wouldn't be any danger if the Ripper was dead. You must believe he's still at large. Donston nodded, his brow furrowed. I first had my suspicions in July of '89, he said. There hadn't been a murder since the double event, as I said. I don't count the Miller's Court murder. It wasn't right. But in July 1889 they found Alice Mackenzie with her throat cut in Castle Alley, not far from where Martha Tabram died. Throat slit, left to right, and cut to the abdomen. What did you do? Nothing, said Donston. The police played it down and said it wasn't a Ripper murder. I had my own problems and was back in the hospital again with... Donston's voice trailed off, and he looked furtively around the room. He took a deep breath. Lawrence noticed that his hands were shaking. Donston continued, Anyway, I decided it couldn't be. And no noteworthy killings happened in the next year as far as I could tell. But now Francis Coles is dead, and the method is similar. He cut her throat from left to right. There were no abdominal wounds, but there wouldn't be if he was interrupted. Judging by the newspaper reports, a policeman only just missed him. No, I know as much about these murders as anyone outside the police force, and I think it is a Ripper murder. He is back among us. You should tell the police, said Lawrence. You should have told them a long time ago. What do you think will happen if I do? Asked Donston. If they believe me, which I doubt, who will they investigate? He lifted a magazine off his bedside table and passed it to Lawrence. That's October's SPR journal, he said. 1 new member and 18 new associate members. He flicked the magazine open and ran his finger down the page, muttering under his breath. There. That's 10 committee members too. 29 names before the end of page 2. The SPR is not a small organisation, Harpham. It is popular. The police have the resources to deal with it. You think the SPR will cooperate? Why should they? They could have called in the police and reported me. It would have saved them a considerable sum of money. No. We are discussing an organisation who have covered up the murder of one of their own. They are protecting someone who has murdered who knows how many women. They're not going to help the police make any progress. We need someone who can move among them without suspicion. Who? Asked Lawrence. Don't insult my intelligence, said Donston. You enter my home, question me about matters that don't concern you, and then you assault me. I may be a dipsomaniac and many other things of which I am sure you are aware, but don't take me for a fool. You are a policeman, or you were a policeman, one of the two. I'm a private detective, Lawrence sighed. I was a policeman. Then investigate, hissed Donston, while you still can. If they find out what has passed between us, we are both in danger, and so is your lady friend. This matter will not go away. Find a way to get close. You are far more likely to succeed by stealth." Lawrence bit his lip. "You're right," he said. "I will do it." "Have you told me everything?" "You know everything you need to know," said Donston. "Don't bother coming here again. It is too dangerous now I have shared my secret. I will pack up and leave today and lie low for a bit, a different hotel perhaps, or even a hospital. I am not a well man, and I will not be a sitting duck. You are on your own. Do not underestimate the danger you are in." Lawrence nodded and left the room without another word. If Donston was right, he needed to infiltrate the SPR, and soon. But Violet was still in the hospital, and it was of the utmost importance that she was safe. Lawrence headed straight to the nearest post office and scribbled out a telegram which he addressed to Michael Farrow. "Get the first train to Royal London Hospital. Violet is in danger. L.H." Chapter 23. A Conscious Choice. July 1888. I found the summer of '88 grueling. The weather was unremarkable, but my days passed in an endless stream of meetings and appointments. It was a busy time, both personally and professionally, and I grew tired. Fatigue set in and drove me to self-medication. I found myself more disorientated than I had been in a long time. I resolved the Gurney dilemma in June with help from a colleague. He assisted me, but not unconditionally. Against his interests, he insisted on an explanation, and a detailed one at that. I unburdened myself to the most trustworthy of men in the certain knowledge that he would not betray me, nor did he, nor could he, without bringing the organization into disrepute. That reason was minor compared to the other self-interested reason he had for maintaining my integrity. He alone assisted me with the Brighton dilemma, but two others soon became involved. My benefactor felt unable to take sole charge of my future and needed help. The men he chose were familiar with my affliction, and, at least on the surface, sympathetic. All were loyal to the SPR and swore to keep my secret, providing that I did everything in my power to manage the problem. I was confident in my ability to comply. I had stopped travelling by train and kept to my home whenever I did not have an evening appointment. Then, in early July, a letter arrived at the SPR headquarters. Anyone could have opened it, but fate intervened and placed it in the hands of one of the trusted three. The letter contained news of a most disturbing kind. How it had come about I could not imagine, but a certain Rosalind Donston had intercepted my message to Gurney. We knew him, of course, for we shared common interests, though his were of the darker kind. Rumours circulated that he was a student of black magic, if not a practitioner. He was a disreputable man and entirely without morals, made clear from his letter containing a threat of blackmail. The trusted three managed the situation without involving me, and I was grateful. The letter had unnerved me, and I was beginning to suffer more seizures. I brooded over Donston as I went about my business, wishing him ill, wondering how easy it would be to exterminate him as I had Edmund. But there were too many unknowns, and I resolved to leave my friends to deal with it. I tried not to worry, but it preyed on my mind. Another woman was attacked early in August. This time I was the culprit. I did not have to resort to the press to check my guilt, for I remembered it surprisingly well. I had gone to Clerkenwell to visit an old friend, but I never reached his house. As I walked towards it, a feeling came upon me. My mouth grew dry and my tongue felt too big. I smacked my lips together in that hitherto familiar way. Then my recall became sketchy. Snatches of memory flitted out of grasp as I passed through Spitalfields and into Whitechapel. When I regained my faculties, I was standing next to a woman in a dingy yard. She was plain and plump, with an aroma of ale that made me queasy. I can only imagine what I must have said to her, for she turned away from me and lifted her skirts. I hesitated, repulsed, and in a coarse Cockney accent, she told me to get on with it. I did. I thrust my hand into my pocket and felt for the 2 knives I had taken from home earlier. One was a pocket penknife and the other a ceremonial dagger that I kept in a display case. I put my arm around her chest and, reaching from behind, I thrust the blade deep into her breast. She gasped, and I released her and let her fall to the floor. I discarded my coat and dropped the dagger. Her eyes fluttered shut, but her mouth gaped open as if she was snoring. Her neck was fat, and her fleshy double chin wobbled as she took short, panting breaths. The notion that this woman expected me to engage in intercourse with her was insulting, repellent. The wound had left her half dead, but it wasn't dead enough. I took my penknife and rammed it into her throat. I pulled it out, and the sight of her blood made me angrier still. I thought of Donston and blackmail and Edmund and the unfairness of my affliction. I stabbed her over and over until I was too tired to continue. Then I wiped the knives on her skirts, put on my coat, and left the alley. I almost walked into the path of 2 soldiers coming down the opposite side of the road, but managed to avoid them. I walked the 4 miles home with a clear head. My thoughts and memories were lucid. Somehow there had been a sea change in my attitude. When I killed the first woman, I had no control. It happened because of an automatism. I planned Gurney's murder, but with compassion. Tonight was different. Though I couldn't remember taking my penknife or the ceremonial dagger, there was no doubt that I had. This act indicated foresight. I had not been in full command of my faculties before encountering the woman in the alley, but I was when I murdered her. I chose to kill her, and I relished it. The pent-up release from plunging cold steel into flesh was exquisite. By the time I reached home, I had concluded that something monstrous must have long dwelled within me. I couldn't pretend or hide behind my condition any longer. I cleaned the dagger and replaced it in the display case. Later that day, I purchased a newspaper. It did not take a long search to find news of the murder as it had previously. This time it was easy. The Whitechapel horror was emblazoned on the front page of the paper. The police had not yet linked the killings, but it was only a matter of time. Chapter 24. Undercover in Spitalfields Chambers. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and Lawrence was on his way back to the East End of London. He had left the Triangle Hotel, pausing only to send a telegram before returning to his room at the Regal. Once there, he opened his suitcase and searched for a small box in the inner compartment which he hoped he had the foresight to pack. His fingers closed over a square receptacle. Sighing with relief, he opened it and withdrew the contents. The object inside resembled a small animal, but was in fact a false moustache and beard set. Lawrence placed them on the dressing table and ventured down to the hotel lobby. It was empty, so he crept downstairs to the basement where the odd job man had emerged the previous day. Lawrence ducked down the corridor, pushing each of 3 doors. All were open, and the end door led to a dark basement room containing a single bed and wardrobe. A dirty coat and hat hung from a hook on the door. Lawrence inspected them. The moth-eaten coat was missing a button, and a suspicious-looking mark stained the hat. They were ideal. He bundled the coat inside his jacket and pulled the hat on his head before returning to his bedroom. Lawrence manoeuvred the false beard into a convincing position on his chin using a wire and spring arrangement. Then he topped it with a greying moustache. Finally, he retrieved a piece of charcoal from the box and worked it into his fingernails and face. He smeared the residue on the coat borrowed from the odd job man and tried to ignore his nagging conscience, making a mental note to leave a few coins for the man to get the coat cleaned when it was returned. Lawrence covered his face with a scarf, draped the coat over his arm and concealed the hat beneath. Leaving the hotel by the back entrance, he scrutinized the gardens. They were clear of people, and he was relieved that nobody had seen him. When he was a suitable distance away from the hotel, he donned the grubby coat and stowed the scarf, looking every inch a tramp. Lawrence contemplated the distance between Lambeth and Spitalfields. It was touching 3 miles. But if he wanted to maintain the integrity of his disguise, he would have to walk. His lungs hurt with the ferocity of the bitter chill. But needs must, so he strode out towards East London thinking about the task at hand. Soon he would need to find a way to get close to the heart of the SPR. But that was a job for another day. The events of Wednesday night had foiled his attempt to gain access to 8 White's Row, but he still had an inexplicable urge to get inside. 2 of the women had dossed there. Lawrence might have let the connection lie had it not involved the most recent murder. Donston had convinced him that Frances Coles was a Ripper victim. The only way to find out more about her final hours was to visit her last known abode. The walk took a little under an hour, and Lawrence soon found himself in surroundings that were becoming depressingly familiar. It was pitch black when he arrived outside 8 White's Row. A chipped metal sign inscribed Spitalfields Chambers hung above the door. Lawrence checked his watch. It was 7 o'clock and the doss house should be full by now. He walked towards the entrance where a wooden door stood ajar despite the freezing temperature. He hesitated, then pushed it and stepped inside. The door opened into a dark, unfurnished hallway. Rotten floorboards squeaked as Lawrence ventured towards a welcome light at the end. The sound of laughter came from the room beyond. Lawrence opened the door and peered inside. Their voices quietened. A matronly woman eyed him suspiciously. "What do you want?" she asked. "A bed for the night," Lawrence replied in his best East End accent. The woman thrust a grubby palm towards him. "You can have a room when I've seen your doss money," she said. He reached into his trouser pocket and tossed a few coins onto the table. She examined them. "They'll do," she said. "You can have one of the beds in the room upstairs on your right." "It's cold," said Lawrence, walking towards the fire. He held his hands in front of the flames, wincing at the sight of his scarred left hand. The disguise would have been unconvincing, worn with his customary soft leather gloves, which had been discarded back at the hotel. Lawrence felt vulnerable, with his hand exposed. But it was unavoidable. The woman put her glass down and patted the bench beside her. "You can come and sit here until you get warm," she said. "This here is Mole," she continued, "and this one is Samuel." Lawrence surveyed the room. It was long and narrow. A ring-marked table with 2 wooden seats either side was set close to the fire. Further down, 2 longer benches ran parallel with the walls. Men and women dressed in rags were sitting either side. A waist-height length of coarse rope ran along one of the benches. 2 men rested their heads on the line, trying their hardest to sleep. Lawrence grunted and sat on the bench. Samuel took a slug from his glass and pushed it towards Lawrence. The glass was dirty, something granular was floating in it, but Lawrence took a mouthful anyway. He grimaced as he wiped his lips on his sleeve, but nodded his thanks. "Never seen you around here before," said Moll. "I think I would have remembered a good-looking chap like you. Wouldn't I, Sarah?" She winked at the older woman conspiratorially. I'm sure you would, said Sarah. Any new fella's fair game for you.
Don't mind them two, said Samuel. They're only playing. It's a fair question. I've been dossing in Lambeth. That's why you haven't seen me.
You're a long way from home, said Sarah.
I don't have a home. It was Lambeth last month. It'll be somewhere else the next.
Why are you here then?
Visiting, said Lawrence. I've got a cousin in Fashion Street. Then I'm heading down to Swallow Gardens to see my nephew.
Moll and Sarah exchanged glances. That's where Frances got herself killed, said Moll.
Frances?
Don't you hear the news in Lambeth? Francis Coles, murdered. They thought it was the Ripper, then they thought it was that stoker, James Sadler. It wasn't him, though. And the murderer of that poor girl still roams the streets. Don't go on, said Sarah. There ain't nothing we can do about it.
Did you know her?
Asked Lawrence. Course I did, said Sarah. She stayed here often enough. She was with us the day she died. I was a witness at her inquest. La-di-da, Sarah Fleming, court witness. You ain't no better than the rest of us, said Moll, setting her glass unsteadily on the table. Half the contents slopped out and formed a pool of liquid. I didn't ask to be there, said Sarah sullenly. I had no choice. You don't have to tell everyone who will listen, snapped Moll. Why don't you just go to bed? Perhaps I will. Moll was slurring now. She finished her drink, slammed the glass on the table, and staggered through the door. Don't mind her, said Sarah. She's all right when she's sober, but a rotten drunk. He ain't much better. She pointed to Samuel. His head was resting on the kitchen table, and he was snoring softly. What was it like in court? Asked Lawrence. I've been in worse places. They ask a lot of questions, but nothing I couldn't answer. Were you surprised when they released Sadler? No. He was a miserable specimen. I didn't like him. But he didn't do it. You saw him that night? Yes. Sadler returned after Francis left, whining because he had been set upon. Beaten up he was, and robbed. The cheeky blighter wanted to sleep here, but didn't have any money. He had the front to ask if he could stay in the kitchen for nothing. I told him to sling his hook. He said I was a hard-hearted woman. Well, that's why they made me deputy lodging housekeeper. I'd be pretty useless if I took in any old waif or stray. I don't have any sympathy for a man of his kind.
So you turned him away?
I got Charles Guyver, my doorman, to do it, God rest his soul.
God rest his soul? Is he dead? How?
I dunno. It happened before the inquest. Apoplexy, the doctor said, not that I believe him.
Why not?
He was fit as a fiddle until recently. Never ailed, never complained.
The doctor should know.
Well, he didn't. He should have talked to me before he decided how Charlie died.
Why?
Because I would have told him that Charlie got himself coshed the day after the inquest. He went from hale and hearty to bedbound, just like that.
Was he in a fight?
No, Charlie wasn't the type. I found him in the kitchen one night, rubbing his head and sick as a dog. He said he had been sitting there minding his own business when he heard footsteps. He didn't turn around because he thought it was me. The next thing he remembered was waking up on the floor with a lump on his head.
Was it a robbery?
Don't be daft, this is a doss house. We're hardly rolling in money, and what we have, I keep. Charlie never had it.
And he didn't see his attacker?
No, could have been anybody. Can't trust no one around here.
The door was open when I came in.
It usually is, but Charlie was usually around, so it didn't matter. I expect they came in through the front door. It's of no consequence now. They got him, and now we have to find another watchman.
Perhaps it was apoplexy after all.
No, it wasn't. Charlie got it on the head. Pity the lamp had gone, or Dr. Jukes would have seen it. Hang on a minute.
Sarah stood up and clumped down towards the other end of the room. Two women had begun to squabble, and the younger had thrown a punch.
"Break it up, or you'll both be out on your ears," said Sarah. "Witch," hissed one of the women. "I warn you, Maggie Brown, one more word and so help me."
Sarah glared at the women, then returned to her place on the bench beside Lawrence. Drunken cows, she said. Lawrence nodded. You were saying about the doctor. Did you get a chance to tell him later? I tried, but he didn't listen. Just talked a lot of mumbo-jumbo about a blood clot pressing on Charlie's brain. He thought it might be caused by overstimulation. It wasn't. Charlie was hurt. The only excitement he'd had in a long time was chasing some fop out of the bedroom at the back end of January. God knows why a gentleman would want to poke around in here, but Charlie found him and got rid of him sharpish. A gentleman? How did he know?
I don't know. Perhaps he was in tails and a top hat. As I said, I wasn't here. It was about midday and everyone had gone. They don't stay here during the day. Charlie heard a noise and went upstairs to one of the dormitories. There are 12 beds, you'll see 'em when you go up later. A swarthy-looking fella had the end one the previous night. I've seen 'em all, but there was something about this man I didn't like. There are plenty of ruffians in the East End of London, but he wasn't that type. There was something different about him. Anyway, Charlie comes upstairs and there's this toff, bent over the bed, feeling around for something.
What?
I don't know. And Charlie didn't know. He chased him away. Then he saw him a couple of days later talking to the same man.
Before Francis Coles died or after?
I thought you didn't know about that.
I only know what you told me.
You're a bloomin' stranger. How do I know that you're not Charlie's chap?
Do I look like a gentleman? Asked Lawrence, holding his hands out in disbelief. Sarah peered at his dirty nails.
Nah, you're as common as the rest of us, she said.
So, was it before or after she died?
After, I think. Yes, a few days after. Why?
It doesn't matter. I'm only passing the time of day. It's a good story, and I don't hear many of them.
I'm not making it up.
I didn't say you were.
You should go up now, said Sarah. There are only a few beds left. You'll end up in the coffins if you don't watch out.
Lawrence nodded. He had heard of coffin beds. Passing the night in this hellhole was bad enough, but he didn't relish the thought of sleeping in a box too small to turn in. Good night, then, he said, and clumped up the stairs. They echoed under the impact of his boots. There were 3 doors at the top of the dimly lit stairs. Lawrence opened the door to the right. A flickering candle revealed a long dormitory containing a row of low metal beds topped with threadbare blankets. Sarah wasn't exaggerating. There were sleeping bumps in all but 2 beds. Lawrence waited for his eyes to adjust to the dark, then felt his way to the nearest empty bed. He pulled back the covers and got in, fully dressed, anticipating a wakeful night, but after 5 minutes he found himself drifting effortlessly into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 25. A Visitor. Friday the 6th of March, 1891. Violet was cross when she woke. She had been in the hospital since the early hours of Thursday morning. Her lightly bandaged wound covered a superficial cut. Lawrence had been right. It was not serious, and yet she was still in the hospital. Violet had spent the whole of yesterday alone in the ward and was ready to leave. Lawrence, who treated her so tenderly on Wednesday night, had vanished. He hadn't visited or sent a message since she arrived. By Thursday afternoon she had had enough and decided to return to the hotel. But when she voiced her intention, the matron dissuaded her in a way that left no room for argument. Violet was not ill. She needed no further medical care. There was no reason to stay, but getting out of the hospital seemed impossible. Violet was becoming paranoid, convinced that Lawrence had persuaded the nurses to stop her from leaving. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As a grown woman, she resented having decisions made for her. The rattle of the breakfast trolley disturbed her thoughts. A bowl containing a gloopy mass bearing only a passing resemblance to porridge appeared before her. She took a spoon and tried some. It tasted like grout. She dropped the cutlery and pushed her breakfast away, determined not to eat another meal in the hospital if she could help it. Violet concluded that the only way out of her predicament was to leave without telling anyone.
If she didn't ask, they couldn't refuse permission. But when she opened the door of the single wooden wardrobe by her bed, it was almost empty. Her clothes had gone, and the spindly wire coat hanger contained only a scarf that didn't belong to her. She wrenched it down and stared at it. Sure, her clothes were in the wardrobe yesterday. Violet took the scarf and strode to the top of the ward where a young nurse was rummaging through a filing cabinet. "Where are my clothes?" she asked, brandishing the scarf. The nurse looked warily towards her older colleague, who was dispensing pills into tiny pots.
"Your clothes are in the laundry,"
the colleague said. "You can leave this afternoon."
"I want to leave now."
"Sorry. Matron's orders." Violet was about to say that she would leave in her nightclothes if she had to, when a brown-haired nurse with an obvious squint pushed the door open. She approached the older nurse.
"Is Miss Smith in here?"
she asked. "I am Miss Smith," said Violet coldly.
"There's a visitor for you," she said, "in the waiting room. Follow me."
The older nurse sighed, opened a locker and removed a white dressing gown and slippers. She handed them to Violet, who followed the nurse up the corridor.
"In here."
The nurse opened the door and guided Violet inside. The small room contained half a dozen armchairs and a coffee table, and a man. A man who was wearing a dog collar and who looked vaguely familiar from behind. He was staring out of the window into the hospital gardens, but turned around when he heard the door open.
"Michael!"
Violet exclaimed.
"What are you doing here? It is so good to see you."
"I came as soon as I heard," he said. "You poor thing."
"Would you like a cup of tea?"
asked the nurse who had been waiting by the door. Michael nodded, and she left them alone in the room.
"Oh, Michael!"
A wave of nostalgia rushed over Violet at the sight of her old friend. She struggled to keep her tears at bay. The last time she had seen Michael was at the vicarage in Fressingfield, where she had lived happily as Mrs. Harris's companion. She had not realized quite how much she missed it. Seeing the young curate made her unexpectedly homesick for a place she would never live in again. Come here. Michael embraced her. Violet was not tactile, as a rule, but Michael was a man of God and her friend. He was dear to her like a brother, and the familiarity they shared felt natural.
"I have missed you,"
she whispered. "My fault entirely. I've been busy getting to know my new parish and have not made time to visit."
"You have your own parish?" she asked. "At last! I am so pleased.
Are you still in Suffolk?" "No. Over the border," he grinned. "I'm a Norfolk man now."
"Then I will come and visit," she said.
"Of course, and bring Lawrence with you."
"I'm not sure I want to,"
she said with a frankness that startled her.
"Sorry. That must sound cruel."
"Have you argued?"
"No. But he is difficult to be around. He is selfish."
"He sent for me, you know," said Michael. "He cares about you."
"Lawrence is like two different people," said Violet. "He can be kind and caring, then he ignores me or vexes me. And he is very moody, and I am not. He can reduce my good temper to a boiling rage in a few moments."
Michael laughed. "I have never known you to be in a boiling rage about anything."
"Perhaps that's an exaggeration," she said, "but you know what I mean."
Michael nodded. "I have come to take you back to the hotel," he said.
"Thank goodness. I was beginning to think I was a prisoner here."
"Well, you're not. The nurse interrupted, as she returned carrying a wooden tray. It held a pot of tea, cups, and a plate of biscuits. Michael took it and thanked her. He stirred the teapot with a spoon and offered the biscuits to Violet. She selected one, feeling hungry for the first time in days.
"Where is Lawrence?" she asked.
"I don't know. He sent a telegram."
"He hasn't visited. We are partners, but I don't know what he's doing half the time."
"Are you unhappy, Violet?"
"We'll continue in a minute. First, give yourself a little rest. This audiobook is free, made for moments like this."
Not unhappy. I like the work, and I'm good at most of it. I understand people in a way that Lawrence doesn't. But we are not on an equal footing. He offered a partnership, yet he makes all the decisions and is always in control.
He is still grieving, Violet. He was not always the way he is now.
I know. Lawrence must have loved Catherine very much, but he hardly ever speaks of her.
He never forgave himself for living when they died.
Michael poured 2 teas and offered one to Violet. What happened?
I don't know the details. I wasn't living in Bury at the time. I was studying. Francis told me all about it when I returned for the summer holidays. Catherine and the child, Lily, perished in a house fire. Lawrence came home one evening to find his house ablaze. He tried desperately to save them, and his neighbours restrained him to stop him needlessly sacrificing his own life. But there was nothing he could have done. The fire had taken too great a hold. He ruined his left hand trying to break down the burning door.
That's awful. Poor Lawrence. He must have loved them very much.
He worshipped Catherine, said Michael. He adored her, and the child. It was a tragedy. All the more because they weren't meant to be home. Catherine and Lily were due to visit relatives, and Catherine decided not to go at the last minute.
How awful. Did you know her?
Michael nodded. Very well. She was a family friend. My brother Francis was the best man at their wedding.
They must have been very much in love.
They were, he said, though the strength of his adoration must have been difficult to bear sometimes. Catherine was only human. His voice trailed away as he stared across the garden, lost in thought.
I will try to be more understanding in future, said Violet.
It's been 3 years, said Michael. Things will improve. Lawrence will get used to it, just give him time. Anyway, I've booked a room at your hotel, so let's get you back there. Then we'll wait until Lawrence puts in an appearance.
Chapter 26. The Regal Hotel.
They did not have long to wait. Michael and Violet were sitting in the reading room of the Regal Hotel poring over a selection of old newspapers when Lawrence burst through the door with no warning. "Ah, Michael, good. I'm glad you came. Lawrence, is that you?" Lawrence gazed at the backs of his hands and touched his cheeks. They were rough with artificial hair. "God, just as well there's nobody else in here," said Lawrence, releasing the beard. He peeled the moustache from his lip and removed the coat, which he placed on the arm of the chair, then touched his hand to his head. "Damn it all," he said. "I've left the hat behind. That will cost a pretty penny."
"You look dreadful," said Violet. "What on earth have you been doing?"
"Investigating," Lawrence replied. "Sleeping in a doss house, to be precise." He scratched his leg and pulled up the bottom of the grimy trousers, exposing his calf. "Bedbugs," he grimaced. "I'm not surprised. It was an awful place. Pity anyone who has to sleep there more than once."
"Was it really necessary?"
"I wouldn't have got anything out of her, the lodging-house keeper, that is, if I wasn't a customer. My presence there had to be believable."
"And did you?"
"Did I what?"
"Did you get anything out of her?"
"I think so," said Lawrence, slowly, perching on the arm of the chair.
"I wouldn't," said Violet.
Lawrence stood, but it was too late. A smear of charcoal decorated the fawn-covered chair.
He sighed. "Don't touch it," said Violet. "Your hands are filthy and you'll only make it worse." She pulled a delicate lace handkerchief from the arm of her dress and dabbed at the stain, removing the worst of it.
"You seem happier," said Lawrence. "Has Michael been looking after you?" Michael smiled. "She doesn't need much looking after."
"He has been wonderful company," said Violet. "Just what I needed after 2 days alone."
"I'm sorry," said Lawrence. "There was something I needed to do."
"Well, you didn't have to make me a prisoner," Violet said. "If it hadn't been for Michael, I wouldn't speak to you again. The matron wouldn't let me leave."
"It was for your own good," said Lawrence. "It's not safe for you to be alone."
"I'll decide what's right for me," said Violet.
"Well, we're all here together now," said Michael in a conciliatory tone. "Yes, we are," said Lawrence, "and there is much to discuss. But first I need to get out of this disguise before the odd job man sees me."
You didn't, sighed Violet. I'll put it back, said Lawrence shortly, with a few extra coins to make up for the missing hat. It was worth it. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll tell you all about it. Lawrence left the room and shut the door with a soft click.
See what I mean? Said Violet. He is intolerable.
Michael spent the next few minutes defending Lawrence's behaviour. True, his friend had taken charge of Violet as if she was his wife or child, but Lawrence's concern for Violet was evident to Michael. He was both worried about her and passionate about his case.
But what is he investigating?
Countered Violet. He jumps around from one matter to another, none of which I expect to see any income from. He has always been a little unorthodox, said Michael. He was something of a maverick even when he was in the force, but his methods work. He has never failed to solve a case. Violet took a breath and was about to reply when Lawrence returned looking cleaner and more presentable.
Better?
Said Violet, raising an eyebrow.
Are you going to tell us what you discovered over the last few days?
Lawrence relayed the information as succinctly as possible. Violet and Michael sat quietly and listened to Lawrence speak without interrupting. When he finally finished, Violet rose and paced angrily around the room.
I simply don't believe it,
she snapped. What don't you believe? Asked Lawrence, surprised. I'm not making it up.
I know. But the idea of a conspiracy from within the Society for Psychical Research is ludicrous. I've met them, Lawrence. They are gentlemen.
Gentlemen are not immune from evil. I can vouch for that, said Michael.
I dare say,
Violet continued.
But why would you believe the word of a man like Donston over the actions of educated men? They are not as you describe, Lawrence. I will introduce you to Arthur, and you will see for yourself.
That is out of the question, said Lawrence. And you must not see him again, or any other man who belongs to this organization. It could be any one of them.
Arthur is taking me to Kew Gardens tomorrow, said Violet, and I am going.
You're supposed to be my partner, said Lawrence. Your job is to help with the investigation, not to go swanning around London with your gentleman friend. Violet gasped.
I do not know what you are implying, but there is nothing of that nature between Dr. Myers and I, yet,
snapped Lawrence. She could always use the friendship to your advantage, Michael suggested. How? She can learn as much from being an acquaintance as she can from an investigation. Or she could be throwing herself into the path of a sinister society. Think of your safety, Violet.
I am perfectly safe with Arthur. The man who hurt me was rough and uncouth. He was not a gentleman. He is not someone I have ever met.
How would you know? It was dark.
His voice was rough, his hands coarse, and the smell of him, she shuddered. I cannot tell you how I know, but he was not a gentleman, not at all.
You sound very certain, said Michael.
I am positive,
Violet replied, taking a seat. Michael leaned forward and pressed her hand. She smiled. How will you move this investigation forward? Asked Michael. I have to get close to them somehow, Lawrence replied.
I will introduce you,
offered Violet. Don't be ridiculous, said Lawrence. They can't know we are investigators.
They don't know, said Violet. I met Arthur and Mr. Podmore in Chelmaniston. I was masquerading as an old friend of Alice Woodward's.
Lawrence sighed. Who would I be then?
My brother, she said.
They would be none the wiser?
No, it's no good, said Lawrence. They cannot see us together. They may have noticed me with Donston already. He is an extraordinary man, quite unflappable, yet he intends to leave his hotel for a few weeks to be on the safe side. I cannot take any chances.
We will have to think of something else.
You can always go to the meeting, said Violet.
What meeting?
The monthly general meeting of the SPR. It's at Westminster Town Hall, she said. Look. She reached for a small pile of books beside the newspapers and peeled off a printed page.
She passed it to Lawrence. That's tonight, he said.
No time like the present, Violet retorted. I would like to go. It sounds fascinating.
Lawrence gazed at the agenda. If thought transference and double personality of the ambulatory type is your idea of entertainment, then yes. Personally, I would rather go fishing. You hate fishing, said Michael. Quite. I will have to bear this meeting, I suppose. Why don't we all go? Michael suggested. We can't, said Lawrence. Yes, we can. As long as you and Violet stay apart, there shouldn't be a problem. I see what you mean. You and Violet could go together, and she can talk to whoever she likes. I will sit alone and try to scrape an acquaintance with one of the other committee members. Anything that gets me closer to the organisation could be beneficial. Violet will be safe with you. I will be perfectly safe anyway, said Violet. You are welcome to come with me if you want, Michael, she continued, but there is no need. I should like to, he said, although I won't be wearing my dog collar. It wouldn't feel right. I can't relate to their way of thinking, but that is no reason to avoid attending. Jolly good. Then that's what we will do. Only the small matter of returning this. Lawrence picked up the dirty coat he had worn earlier and left the room. Are you any clearer about what we are doing? Asked Violet. Because I'm not. Michael smiled. I've seen him like this before, he said. He's happier than he has been in a long time, and, what's more, he's on the trail. On the trail? It's his sixth sense, an inner confidence in what he is doing. He has a goal and needs to work out how to get there, but he foresees danger, Violet. Whether he is mistaken or not, only time will tell. We should take great care. You especially. Chapter 27. Meeting at the Town Hall. Lawrence thought of all the things he would rather do than sit in a draughty room in Westminster Town Hall on a cold March night. It was a long list. The three of them had travelled separately from the Regal Hotel. Michael and Violet took a tram, while Lawrence walked. He underestimated the distance and arrived late. There were no seats left at the front of the room, leaving Lawrence no choice but to sit in the back row. A stout woman with a large hat was directly in front of him, and he struggled to see the stage upon which the committee members were sitting. The hall was full, and the audience occupied about 70 seats, with latecomers still arriving. Lawrence wondered at their credulity. It was hard enough to imagine 20 people interested in this nonsense, but a full hall? They would be buying snake oil next. He had upset Violet with a similar remark earlier. She tried to persuade him that the SPR investigators used scientific experimentation. Lawrence countered that by denying that any test was capable of proving the existence of spirits, and had continued arguing tactlessly. It was all very well pretending that spiritualism had a basis in psychology, but what was the point? What did it achieve? In the end, Violet walked away clenching her jaw. Lawrence had no intention of considering her point of view, and she had better things to do. The crowd in the hall came from all walks of life. Some of them dressed in utilitarian garb, and others in finery. They represented all parts of society, sharing a common interest that Lawrence was wholly unable to appreciate. He decided to ignore them. He scanned the crowd, looking for Violet and Michael, and located them on the second row where they were gazing at the stage. A handsome man in a sharp grey suit waved at Violet. Even from his vantage point at the back of the room, Lawrence saw her beam with pleasure. He frowned. Violet's regard for the doctor was nauseating and made him feel physically ill. His heart pumped faster, and his ungloved right hand grew clammy. He felt unaccountably odd and wanted, needed, to leave the room. His urge to flee almost got the upper hand, and he had to muster every bit of willpower to force himself to stay. Once the first speaker began, the adrenaline rush left, and he tried to understand what had happened. Lawrence had no conscious desire for Violet Smith. So why had his body reacted so badly to her obvious admiration for another man? The gentleman now standing on the stage sported a long white beard and announced himself as Henry Sidgwick. The name was familiar to Lawrence from a leaflet that Violet had given him to read earlier that afternoon. Though he had only managed a paragraph, it was enough to know that Sidgwick was the president of the SPR. A natural speaker, Sidgwick addressed the crowd in a relaxed manner and joked that they were lucky to have avoided the committee meeting earlier that day, which had gone on much longer than usual. Sidgwick announced the addition of another new member and 9 new associate members. A further 24 new associates had also joined the American branch. Lawrence raised his eyes to the ceiling, then thought the better of it. He was here to observe and find a way into the organization. Drawing attention to himself by being openly cynical was hardly the best way to go about it. Henry Sidgwick spoke again. "You've heard enough from me. Let me introduce Mr. Frank Podmore. He will be talking to you about Dr. von Schrenk's experiments in thought transference." The audience clapped, and Podmore took to the stage. Lawrence watched closely. Podmore was younger than Sidgwick, wore a well-trimmed light brown beard and spoke eloquently. There was something epicene about his appearance that Lawrence could not quite identify. Podmore's talk was long and tedious, and described von Schrenk's experiments in clairvoyance. It was too convoluted for Lawrence to comprehend fully. In basic terms, the tests seemed to involve one person drawing pictures and another using thought transference to predict the result. Podmore seemed pleased with the test conclusions, but to Lawrence's cynical eyes there was little accuracy. It was all subjective. After 10 minutes, Lawrence felt his eyes grow heavy and began to worry that he was in danger of falling asleep. He considered going for a short walk when Henry Sidgwick returned to the stage and thanked Frank Podmore. Sidgwick spoke of his regard for von Schrenk and introduced the next speaker, a man called Walter Leaf, who was another bearded gentleman. Lawrence felt his clean-shaven face. He had never followed the trend for whiskers and disagreed with the doctors who prescribed facial hair for good health. Lawrence had once grown a beard and found it scratchy and unnatural. Besides, he had an excellent barber back in Bury. Claude Lark was an amiable man with a ready wit. Even in Lawrence's darkest, most introverted moments, he had always benefited from half an hour in the barber's chair. Lark had an uncanny knack of making him feel better about the world. Small wonder there was always a queue outside his shop. Walter Leaf spoke of dual personalities. His talk was more interesting than Podmore's, and the concept seemed vaguely familiar to Lawrence. He puzzled over it for a few moments, then remembered the stage play about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Of course, the story was sheer fantasy, but it had become popular in the theatres. Violet was a fan and had tried to make Lawrence buy the book. He had resisted at first, then read a few chapters to please her before discarding it halfway through. It was a waste of his time, but very much Violet's chosen reading matter. She would enjoy this talk. Lawrence was glad when Walter Leaf finished speaking. But his relief was short-lived. He assumed it would mark the end of the meeting, but Henry Sidgwick returned to the stage and announced a second half. Lawrence bolted for the exit and into the gentleman's room. He finished his ablutions before returning to the foyer of the town hall. Sidgwick had announced a 10-minute recess in his absence. Most attendees, including Violet and Michael, were directed to a side room for tea and biscuits. Lawrence could not bring himself to join them. The thought of watching Violet fawn over her SPR friends and Dr. Myers in particular was too much to bear. He stayed where he was and contemplated his next move. Fate intervened when a dark-haired man carrying too many books to negotiate the step into the foyer stumbled. Books and journals tumbled to the floor. Lawrence detached himself from the wall on which he had been leaning and went to his aid. He collected the fallen books and passed them to the flustered man. "Here you are, Mr. Barkworth, Thomas Barkworth. Thank you for your help." Lawrence picked up an SPR journal which lay splayed open on the floor. He examined it before placing it on top of the pile of books held by Barkworth. Ah, another article about double personality. I enjoyed the talk. Fascinating and persuasive. Said Barkworth. It depends on how you approach it. I fear that Myers and I will come to blows on the matter of multiplicity of personality before long. Dr. Myers? Asked Lawrence. Barkworth stared at him. Frederick Myers, of course. He is too reliant upon the testimony of those with recognized mental conditions. Well, outside the study of automatic writing, that is, personality does not vary on a whim, you know. Lawrence didn't know. The man in front of him could have been speaking Swahili, and it would have made more sense. But now was not the time for honesty. Oh, I agree, said Lawrence, though I only have a layman's understanding of the subject. That's why I came tonight. You're not a member? Asked Barkworth. You should be if you want to know more. It is a difficult subject. I don't live in London, said Lawrence. Our members come from all over the country. Indeed. Well, in that case, I will consider it. Lawrence was about to ask how to become a member when Violet and Michael entered the foyer together with Dr. Myers and Frank Podmore. Lawrence recognized Myers and scowled, glad that he was under cover and not required to acknowledge his presence or be polite. Ah, Barkworth, said Frank Podmore. There you are. Are you speaking tonight? No, I can't stay until the end. I have an appointment in Kensington. Bad luck, old man. There's a fine example of veridical hallucination in this month's reports. Lawrence watched Violet as the men spoke. She had barely taken her eyes off Dr. Myers. Michael had almost given the game away by raising his hand. He realized his mistake in time and lowered it without waving, but he could not meet Lawrence's eyes. Were you interested in a membership? Asked Barkworth, resuming the conversation. Yes, I want to join if it's not too much trouble. Why don't you wait until after the case readings, and I'll look you out a form, said Podmore. Oh, that's a shame. I have to go now, said Lawrence. I say I'm in town for a few days. Can I collect it from your headquarters instead? I suppose so, said Podmore. Yes, why not? We are at the Adelphi, Mr. Sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. Blatworthy, said Lawrence. Alistair Blatworthy. Pleased to meet you. Violet glared at Lawrence. She did not approve of his alias. The first rule of good detection was that pseudonyms should be commonplace. She had never met a Blatworthy, much less one who masqueraded as a quantity surveyor, whatever that was. Lawrence acknowledged her look of disgust. At least she had managed to tear her eyes away from Myers' chiselled features. Come now. Arthur Myers had taken Violet's arm and was guiding her into the hall. Michael followed redundantly behind. Right, said Frank. We'll see you over the next few days. It doesn't matter when you come as long as it's during the day. The doorman will let you in. Lawrence nodded. He moved a few feet away before bending to tie a shoelace. Podmore and Barkworth continued to talk about their movements for the rest of the week. Both were due at HQ within the next few days, and Lawrence grinned as he heard Frank Podmore discuss his plans for tomorrow. Podmore was going to Kew Gardens, which implied that he had invited himself to join Violet and Myers. Lawrence wondered how Violet would react. It was a small glimmer of levity in an otherwise tedious evening. At least he had managed to gain legitimate access to the SPRHQ, which meant he could avoid the rest of the meeting. Lawrence whistled as he began the walk back to Lambeth. Chapter 28. Pseudonym. Saturday the 7th of March, 1891. The weekend did not get off to a good start. A heavy knocking at the hotel room door disturbed Lawrence just after dawn. It took a few moments for him to wake from a deep sleep. He peeled the bedclothes away, shrugged on a dressing gown, and answered the door. It opened to reveal a plainclothes policeman. "My governor wants to see you," he said. "Who is your governor?" "Inspector Moore."
and you'd better make it snappy. Tell him I'll be there by 8:30. The policeman pursed his lips and nodded. You'd better be, he said. Lawrence mulled it over as he dressed. There were many ways he could have dealt with telling Henry about the Donston situation, any of which were better than the choice he had made. Lawrence's decision to say nothing left him in a quandary. On the one hand, he had promised to keep Henry informed. On the other, connecting the Ripper to the SPR might jeopardize his investigation. Not that he could count on Henry to believe any of it. The story scarcely seemed credible to Lawrence. And another thing, Lawrence couldn't remember telling Henry about Violet's attack, which was bound to annoy him. He decided to stop speculating about why Henry had summoned him and put all his efforts into getting dressed. Half an hour later, Lawrence arrived at Scotland Yard. It was quieter than usual. The policeman behind the reception desk waved him through, and he climbed the stairs, cleared his throat, and knocked on Henry Moore's door. "Come." He entered. "Where the blazes is Donston?" asked Henry without his usual affable greeting. "Ah," said Lawrence. "Has he gone?" "You know damn well he has. Not completely. He obviously intends to return at some stage, but he has taken enough possessions to cover a lengthy stay somewhere else. I haven't the least idea where that could be." "What makes you think I know?" "We've been tailing him. You were the last person to see him, and I have it on good authority that you forced your way into his room. You haven't harmed him? Of course not. He's probably gone to ground. Why? Because he thinks he knows something. He believes there's a connection between the Ripper murders and the case I've been investigating in Brighton. Well, I don't," said Henry. "Even Edmund Reed is having doubts about this last murder. The more time that passes, the less likely it seems. What did Donston have to say?" Lawrence unburdened himself. He abandoned his intention to avoid telling Henry Moore anything he didn't need to know. There seemed little point, now that he was sitting here in front of him. The story came out in a rush of words. "So, you're telling me that Donston blackmailed the SPR because one of them killed a man who died an accidental death?" Lawrence nodded. "And an inquest recorded this verdict?" "Yes. Furthermore, this man killed 2 women who we do not recognize as Ripper victims." "Yes. And certain members of the society have conspired to protect their reputation, which they have done by concealing the identity of the so-called murderer." "Well, when you put it like that—" "It's preposterous, Lawrence. I am surprised at you. It's no more unlikely than the suggestion that Donston was in possession of half a dozen blooded neckties." Henry shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Miss Johnson withdrew the accusation yesterday," he said. "Her friend, Miss Collins, said she had made it up out of spite." "That's one thing I am certain of," said Lawrence. "There was no space in his room big enough to contain a tin trunk. It is not in the Triangle Hotel, if it exists at all." "And neither is he," said Henry, "which may be for the best. I'm still not wholly satisfied with his innocence, but there will come a time when we have to stop tracking his movements. Perhaps this is it." "He is telling the truth," said Lawrence. "At first I thought he had attacked Violet, but I don't believe it now." "Violet?" "Yes, my partner. A man attacked her the other night in the East End. She ended up with a cut across her throat." "I heard about that. I did not realize you were acquainted. What has this got to do with Donston?" "I thought I saw him nearby, but he says he wasn't there. And this was Wednesday night?" Lawrence nodded. Henry rifled through the cards on his desk. "What time did it happen?" "It must have been between 7:30 and 9. "Then it wasn't Donston. He was at the hotel. He left briefly about 5 o'clock and returned within the half hour." "I was certain. It looked like him. There are all sorts of thugs in the East End. They were probably after your friend's money." Lawrence opened his mouth to protest, then reconsidered. He had done his duty by telling Henry about Donston, less the finer details. Henry clearly didn't believe a word of it. Neither had he associated the attack on Violet with the Ripper or the SPR.
Lawrence could continue investigating with a clear conscience. "You are probably right," he sighed. "Yes. Wish Violet well from me. I think that's all, Lawrence. If you come across Donston again, then have the goodness to let me know. Send me an invoice for your work. When are you going back?" "I'll be here for another few days," said Lawrence. "Come over for dinner before you go. Mary would love to see you." "I will," said Lawrence. "Thank you." He shook Henry's hand and left the office before heading towards the Adelphi and the headquarters of the SPR. Lawrence didn't hang around waiting for transport, and hurried along the embankment, arriving in Buckingham Street slightly overheated. He climbed the small flight of steps and banged on the front door, which opened almost immediately to reveal a lightly tanned, dark-haired man in his early 50s. Lawrence recalled his conversation with George Smith back in Brighton. The man in front of him must be the doorman with the exceptional memory. What was his name? Lawrence searched his own less efficient faculties. Ah, yes. His name was Elias Haim. The doorman was an inch or two shorter than Lawrence, and what remained of a receding hairline was slicked back under a layer of oil. His skin was olive and suggested Mediterranean origins. Lawrence doffed his hat and explained the purpose of his visit. "You can see Mr. Podmore," said Haim, in a deep voice bearing traces of an accent. "He will help." "I met Mr. Barkworth last night. Is he expected today?" "Mr. Barkworth is in Chigwell. He won't be here until 9 o'clock tomorrow." "And Myers?" "Mr. Frederick Myers or Dr. Arthur Myers?" "Dr. Arthur Myers." "He is indisposed," said Elias. Lawrence hoped the problem wasn't too trivial. He was tempted to ask why, but any further display of interest might look suspicious. "May I see Mr. Podmore, then?" The doorman nodded and showed him to a small room containing 3 high-backed armchairs. "You can wait here," he said. Lawrence surveyed the room. Copies of the SPR Journal lay in date order across a table. He took one and flicked through without reading it. 2 minutes later, a man appeared. Lawrence recognized him from the previous evening. It was Frank Podmore. He shook Lawrence's hand. "Ah, Mr. Blatworthy," he said. "You are keen to join our ranks, if I remember." Lawrence nodded. "Yes, I want to learn more," he said. "Good to hear. Anything in particular?" Lawrence tried to remember what Podmore had talked about the previous night. "The work on thought transference interests me most," he said. The flattery worked. Podmore beamed. "Yes, I agree," he said. "It is a subject close to my heart. Now, join me in the library. I'll take your details there." Lawrence followed. The library was empty of people, but bookcases surrounded the 4 back-to-back desks in the centre of the room. Every available shelf was full. "You have an impressive library," said Lawrence. "Yes, it's a testimony to our friend Edmund Gurney," said Frank. "He was the creator." "My congratulations to Mr. Gurney for a fine effort." "He is no longer with us," said Frank shortly. "I'm sorry to hear that." Frank ignored him and pulled a piece of yellowing paper from a tray near one of the desks. "Fill this in. I'll be back shortly." He left the room. Lawrence scribbled a fictitious address across the form. He couldn't shift the sense that he had displeased Frank Podmore. When the application was complete, he prowled the room, scrutinizing the bookcases. All manner of books and pamphlets about psychical research and esoteric teachings covered the shelves, enough to cure any amount of insomnia. Lawrence located a narrow desk nestled between 2 of the bookcases. A stack of wooden trays towered to one side. One was empty, and another contained blank subscription forms of the kind he had just completed. A third, smaller tray held letters from the public. Lawrence rifled through them. There was nothing of interest. Only reams of paper containing dubious accounts of spiritual manifestations. Lawrence pulled a face and put the tray away. He returned to the narrow desk and saw a single drawer with a keyhole, then pulled the handle, anticipating a locked drawer. It slid open. Inside was a smaller drawer with an inverted J shaped keyhole. This time Lawrence wasn't so lucky. The door was firmly locked and impossible to budge. He extracted a handful of folded documents from the small drawer below and located a little ledger containing contact details for the committee. Lawrence opened the pages and read their names, muttering out loud. Henry Sidgwick, President. Eleanor Sidgwick, must be his wife. Frederick Myers, no doubt the brother of Violet's infatuation, the slimy Dr. Myers. Hello, what's this? Lawrence traced his finger down the page. Elias Heim, doorman, Gunpowder Alley off White's Row, Spitalfields. It can't be. He held his breath. Surely a coincidence. Lawrence didn't hesitate. He pocketed the ledger and left Alistair Blatworthy's application form on the desk. He waited until the doorman answered the call of nature and exited swiftly through the front door. Chapter 29. The Double Event. The 15th of October, 1888. By the end of September, I was a fully fledged killer. I murdered quite deliberately, and it filled a void within me I had not known existed. During the day, I behaved as usual and was professional and upstanding, trustworthy. My affliction grew worse as the day wore on, becoming uncontrollable late at night. But it was no longer necessary for an episode to occur before I left, knife in hand, to fulfill my yearning for blood. Sometimes it worked that way, but other times it was a purposeful act within my control. The murder in Hanbury Street at the beginning of September was both planned and unintentional. I had resisted the urge to carry a knife since the incident in Bucks Row at the end of August, but I grew tense and angry as the new month arrived. Only the sweet release of steel slicing flesh could reduce the urges that occupied so many of my thoughts. With this in mind, I purchased a new knife and placed it in my coat pocket. On Saturday, the 8th of September, I used it. I recall preparing for bed that evening. I was in my night attire, and I remember ascending the stairs and placing my hand on the door of my bedchamber. Then my tongue grew heavy and felt as if it were too big for my mouth, and I knew it to be the sign of an impending attack. I must have dressed in an automotive state, for when I came to my senses, I was wandering the streets of Spitalfields in my usual apparel. I had not at this stage encountered anyone else, nor committed a crime, as far as I could tell from the cleanliness of my knife. Glimmers of memory returned, and I sought an anchor from where I might collect my thoughts. I found myself staring at a sign in Hanbury Street. The area seemed familiar, and I concluded that Aldgate Station was near and Liverpool Street closer still. I could have caught a train home without difficulty, yet I did not. I chose to stay. Every previous killing had begun while I was not me. But here I was in full control of my faculties, fascinated by my condition, though parts of my psyche repulsed me. I found the idea of self-assessment irresistible. Could I commit another murder when there was no impairment to my conscious state? I tried to think of it as a scientific matter, though I did not deceive myself into believing that it was entirely experimental. I longed to see blood pulsing as it spurted from a wound wrought by my knife, to watch red-black pools leach from marble skin and settle in puddles on the ground, a work of art, my creation. So I waited on the street corner, and before long one of those women, the working kind, came weaving down the road. She couldn't walk in a straight line. I stepped out of the shadows and into her path, then took off my hat and allowed her full view of my face. It was a purposeful act and meant no turning back. She greeted me and offered to perform an act of the most revolting nature. Naturally, I accepted, having no intention of committing it. I followed her into a small yard, bathed in darkness. She made towards the rear, but I steered her into a recess between the yard steps and the fence. There was just enough light for me to work, but not enough for anyone to see me. She was not afraid. When I stood behind her and reached for her chin, she did not suffer as my knife sliced cleanly through her throat from left to right. I am not a cruel man. I have never caused them alarm, whether in my conscious or unconscious state. I have always tried to make the end quick and painless. The woman was dead before I placed her on the floor. I positioned her with legs drawn up and knees turned out, so I could gaze at the expanse of flesh beneath her clothes. Her abdomen was pale and swollen. I visualized where her organs might lie beneath the skin. Then, by the light of the pale moon, I plunged my knife into the side of her stomach. It slipped through her abdominal wall, and her intestines spilt through the hole. I pulled them out, and they slid through my fingers like slippery eels as I placed them over her shoulder and out of my way. I thought about taking a kidney, but decided upon her uterus, which I removed from her pelvis without difficulty. I placed it in my palm and held it towards a shaft of light from a nearby window. It lay there, glistening, warm and wet in my hand. I marvelled at its beauty. It was round and fat, and bloody with the appendages still intact. And it was mine. I decided to keep it, and wrapped it in a piece of oilskin cloth which I had in my pocket. It felt warm against my trouser leg. I returned my gaze to the body before me. What remained of the stomach was flat and empty and held no further interest. So I left. September was a busy month. The urge came upon me once again. I pretended to fight against it to satisfy my conscience. But there didn't seem to be any consequences to my actions. On the last day of September, I gave in to my baser instincts. My first attempt was frustrating, though it should have been perfect. I did not lose one single minute to somnambulistic automation. My deeds were all within my control. I had expected to lapse at some stage, having experienced many blank moments that month, and not only for short periods. Several severe losses of consciousness had occurred throughout the preceding weeks. I found it surprising that my friends did not notice. At the start of the year, they had monitored my every move. The trusted three watched me constantly, and I was rarely left alone. I can only assume that they thought my indiscretions were over. Remarkably, they did not associate the attacks on Ada Wilson and Annie Millwood with the more recent Whitechapel crimes. There was no reason why they should. The police had not connected them either. My friends discussed the Ripper crimes openly, suggesting they were the work of a monster. It was not for me to disabuse them. They would no doubt try to stop me if they knew, and I had no intention of stopping. Not yet. In the early hours of the 30th of September, I selected a suitable victim. We walked together to a godforsaken yard off Berners Street, where I struck. I pulled her head back using her checked scarf. It was a mistake. Seconds before my blade sliced through her vocal cords, she cried out, only once, but the sound shattered the still of the night air, and I heard the sound of heavy steps. I flattened myself against the wall as 3 men raced towards the yard. My heart was beating through my chest. I whispered silent prayers to the God responsible for my affliction, hoping he would not let me slip into an automative state where I was vulnerable to detection. One of the men saw the body and shouted to his friends in a language I did not know. Then they ran in separate directions, calling for the police. I took this opportunity to slink away, and I picked through the alleys and walkways until I was a long way from Berner Street. I loitered in front of Aldgate Station and contemplated returning home, except I didn't want to. I couldn't. Cutting a throat wasn't enough. It was worse than having done nothing at all. It was like inhaling a full-bodied port without taking so much as a sip. Sweat trickled down my temples to the throb of a headache. I smelled blood, and I lusted for it. I should have, taken the train back west. But I had a job to finish, and I continued past the station down Aldgate High Street and towards St. Catherine Cree Church. The sign for Mitre Street was near the church, and just beyond it a woman leaned against the corner of Mitre Square. She was waiting for someone. Waiting for me, as it turned out. The woman wore a black dress, a red scarf, and a black bonnet. It struck me as wholly appropriate that the slick of scarlet silk would soon glow a bloodier red. As I walked towards her, a crowd of men strolled down the road. Their presence was off-putting and might have discouraged me had she not called out in a sing-song Cockney accent, "Hello, me old cock." I turned away from the approaching men, stopped and tipped my hat, keeping my face out of sight. I was not wearing my usual head attire, but a felt flat cap I happened upon which was eminently suitable for my visits to the East End. I exchanged a few words with the woman, and she laughed, wholly confident in her safety. The papers were rife with horror stories about the London Ripper, but not one of my victims took a modicum of care. They were reckless and thought themselves invincible, or their need for gin was more important than their need for self-preservation. Either way, it was of no concern to me. The woman laughed as she placed her hand upon my chest and whispered in my ear. She made the usual proposition, and though I had no inclination for her offer, she was not unattractive. The idea did not turn my stomach inside out. I followed her into the dark square, keeping my head turned away. She reached behind and grabbed my hand. I became unbalanced and found myself looking directly into the faces of the men who, by now, were standing only a few yards away. 2 of them ignored me, but the third stared into my eyes. His pupils bore into mine, and after a few seconds he snatched his gaze away, put his hands in his pockets, and continued walking, head bowed. I knew that he would remember me. He had seen something in my eyes, something that caused concern. Somehow he knew me for what I was, and he was afraid. It was one thing letting the women see my face, but quite another to leave witnesses. And at that moment a wave of anger rose within me, the like of which I have never felt before or since. I put my hand upon her shoulder and pushed her further into Mitre Square. "Steady on," she said. "Show a little patience." I showed neither patience nor pity. I sliced her neck left to right, nicking her earlobe as I slashed a deep wound into her throat. It was a quicker end than she deserved for making me visible. Then I set to work on the body. I wanted a kidney this time, and nothing else would do. I removed it, tossing the intestines over her shoulder, trying to quell the anger, but it never left me. Her face was serene above her mutilated corpse. It was the 29th of September when I set out on my murderous mission, Michaelmas Day. St. Michael the Archangel defeated the Antichrist and transported all souls to heaven. Well, he could have this soul once my knife had prepared her. I carved 2 chevrons in her cheeks, nicked her lower eyelids, and took away the tip of her nose. Better, but not good enough. I finished with a cut to the bridge of her nose and removed a large part of her womb. No longer in tranquil repose, she lay savaged and torn. God forgive me, but I felt better for it. Once I imagined myself a good man, worthy of St. Michael. What was I now? A human devil? A cohort of Satan? Or a psychopath? The latter was a better fit. A condition of the mind brought on by my illness, an excuse for slayings beyond my control. I had my fill for the evening and left her lying empty on the floor. I had taken a long time, the longest yet, and I felt calm and in control until I looked at my hands. They were wet with blood, a careless mistake. I had worn thin gloves on every prior occasion, but anger had made me thoughtless. I ripped a piece of an apron from the otherwise useless body and wiped the worst of the blood from my hands, but nothing short of water could remove the bloodstain. I couldn't use the main roads and risk detection, so I wandered through the back streets of Whitechapel until I found a trough in Goulston Street with enough water to clean off the worst of the blood. I wiped wet hands on my coat and dropped the apron to the floor. It fell on a piece of chalk stone which inspired me to mischief. The men I saw earlier had spoken a language I did not comprehend, but was most likely Yiddish. The police would be out in full force looking for their killer, and the men had seen me. A little clue might divert them. I grasped the chalk and, using lower-class colloquial language, I wrote an ambiguous and meaningless message. The Jews are not the men to be blamed for nothing. Then I made my way back home. It was dark and quiet, quite different to usual. The metropolis of London fizzed with energy. It was full of people, full of noise and disease and poverty and wealth, busy, always busy, except at night. It never ceased to amaze me how easy it was to glide through the city undisturbed. I arrived home, satisfied and replete. In the early hours of the morning, I unlocked the door to my home, went inside, and walked to my study where I unwrapped the oilskin from its home in my pocket. I placed the kidney in a jar next to the preserved uterus for my future enjoyment. Chapter 30. A Cancellation. Back at the Regal, Violet was in a sombre mood. She stared despondently at a china teacup and stirred it repeatedly. Lawrence sighed as he placed his hand over hers and removed the teaspoon. They were sitting in the dining room looking out of the small window which overlooked an even smaller patch of garden. It was an unloved, unattended garden, with a gravel-covered area to the side of the lawn. Several bicycles in varying states of disrepair lay on the uncut grass. Lawrence had arrived back from the embankment just in time to eat a modest lunch. Michael had taken advantage of his presence to stretch his legs and spend some time alone. Lawrence attacked his bread and soup with relish, but Violet picked miserably at hers. She nibbled the roll and made a perfunctory effort with the bowl of soup. "Are you going to eat that?" Lawrence asked.
I'm not hungry.
Then I'll have it. Violet sighed and pushed the bowl towards Lawrence, then picked up the bread roll and dropped it on his side plate. He raised an eyebrow. What's wrong?
I feel like a dog on a lead,
she said irritably. You don't look like one.
It's not funny, Lawrence. I'm bored. I was looking forward to going to Kew.
Ask Michael to take you.
It won't be the same.
Lawrence put his spoon down. You seem to be more interested in your companions than the gardens.
It's nice to go in a group.
What happened? Why was it called off?
Frank Podmore can't make it, so Dr. Myers, has postponed our trip until tomorrow.
I saw Podmore at the headquarters, said Lawrence conversationally. No sign of Myers, though.
I expect there was a medical emergency or something like that. He is a very busy man.
I dare say. Anyway, I made another discovery.
Yes?
This. Lawrence took the little ledger from his pocket and placed it on the table. Violet picked it up.
Lots of names and addresses, she said. There's nothing interesting. How does it help?
Look where the doorman lives. Lawrence pointed to the bottom of the page.
Off White's Row? It's only a coincidence, Lawrence.
No. It's more than that. Both Annie Millwood and Francis Coles had links to White's Row, and here it is again.
I'm sure lots of people live there. That is no reason to connect it to the case.
There's every reason. Elias is the most likely person to have received Donston's blackmail letter. He is always in the building.
Why would he bring trouble to his neighbourhood?
I don't know. That's why I'm going there.
Violet sighed. You are frustrating, Lawrence. Why must you always base your decisions on instinct?
It served me well up to now.
What about me?
Michael will be back soon. He can take you out.
I don't want to go out with Michael. I'm coming with you.
No.
I've hardly participated in this investigation. There is no point in being here.
You'll have to bear it. I'm still worried about your safety.
I am perfectly safe, Lawrence. It's clear you don't want me involved.
Now who's being illogical? The door opened, and Lawrence looked up. Ah, Michael, glad you're back. I'm going out. Nice to see you, Lawrence, albeit fleeting. Lawrence ignored the sarcasm and left for the hotel basement, where he misappropriated the odd-job man's coat again. The poor man had noticed his missing hat, and another, more dishevelled substitute was hanging on the door. Lawrence duly removed it, feeling a moment of guilt. It did not last. Lawrence hurried upstairs, but as he took the stairs 2 at a time, his shoelace became untied. When he stopped to fasten it, he yanked the frayed lace too hard, and a large piece came away in his hand. Lawrence swore beneath his breath. Karma had intervened. It served him right for borrowing things without asking. Time was short, and Lawrence didn't have any spare laces. He approached his room and noticed that the occupant of the opposite room had left his polished shoes outside the door. They were brown, and a mismatch, but they would do. Lawrence abandoned his brand-new rule about taking things that didn't belong to him. He tugged a lace out and bolted to his room, where he threaded it into his shoe before preparing his tramp disguise. The rear door of the hotel was stiff. Lawrence put a shoulder to the swollen door and heaved. As he picked his way past the broken bicycles in the garden, he glanced through the dining-room window. Michael was standing over Violet with a protective arm around her shoulder. She was sitting down with her head in her hand. Lawrence shrugged. She must have a headache, he thought. Chapter 31. An Uncomfortable Night. It was late afternoon by the time Lawrence arrived in Spitalfields. The weather was cold but dry, and the streets were busy. Lawrence had hoped to locate Elias Himes' house without drawing attention to himself, but it was not to be. Having walked the length of White's Row several times, Lawrence realized that Gunpowder Alley did not have the benefit of a street sign. Several alleys were leading off, and it could have been any one of them. Worse still, there were no numbers on any of the houses. He would need help. By the time he had traversed White's Row for the third time, a group of women had emerged from Spitalfields chambers. They sat outside the front door, chatting to each other. A young boy dressed in frayed trousers, finishing halfway up his legs, rolled a wooden ball down a gully which ended in a shallow pit in the middle of the street. Lawrence watched as the boy collected the ball and tossed it again and again. Finally, it overshot to the cambered side of the row where it rolled towards Lawrence. He picked up the ball. It bore heavy traces of wear and was no longer round, but a treasure, he suspected, to the poor ragged boy. He held it in the air, and the boy ran toward him. Lawrence ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. Then, remembering he was in character, he scowled towards the women as if the boy was a nuisance. "Come here, Thomas." A young, sallow-faced woman eyed Lawrence suspiciously. "It didn't mean any harm." Lawrence approached the group. He had not recognized Sarah Fleming from a distance, but she had seen him. "You back again?" she asked. He nodded. "I thought you were visiting someone in Swallow Gardens."
"Been there and seen him," he said. "I'm going back to Lambeth tomorrow, but I've got business with Elias Heim. Know him?"
Sarah shook her head.
"I've heard of him, but we've never met."
"I need to find him."
"Got an address?"
"Gunpowder Alley."
"I know Heim."
Thomas was sitting on his mother's lap. She wrapped both arms around him and was rocking back and forward as she spoke to Lawrence. Lawrence grunted.
"He lives over there by the Tenter ground."
She pointed down the street towards one of the alleyways.
"He's a funny one."
Lawrence raised an eyebrow.
"I don't want to talk out of turn if he's a friend of yours."
"It's business,"
said Lawrence, gruffly.
"He doesn't talk,"
she continued.
"Keeps himself to himself. We don't mind that, but he's not very friendly. We speak to him, but he doesn't reply. Thinks he's a cut above us, but he isn't. He lives where we live and breathes the air we breathe. There's nothing special about him."
"Which one is his house?"
"First on the left as you go into the alley." "It's nothing special either."
Thomas wriggled free, and she watched as he resumed his ball game. She sniffed and wiped her hand across her face. Lawrence nodded.
"I'll be going then,"
he said, and walked towards the unnamed alley, feeling the eyes of the two women boring into his back. He hadn't wanted to advertise his business, much less acquire an audience, but there was no choice. The East End was a far cry from Westminster, with its well-mapped streets and numbered townhouses. Local knowledge took years to gain, and if he hadn't asked for help, he could have been wandering around for hours. The alley was narrow and short. A terrace of dark-bricked houses loomed either side, their brick walls chipped and faded. The properties were identical. Each had a worn wooden door with a rectangular doorlight and one downstairs and two upstairs windows. The windows overlooked each other. But for the dirty panes, there would have been no privacy at all. Gunpowder Alley was grim and unpleasant. Lawrence wondered what drew a man like Elias to live somewhere so different from and with such a tortuous journey to his place of work. As he hovered by the entrance to the alleyway, Lawrence noticed a flicker of light through the grimy window. It was after 5 o'clock and dusk was falling. The presence of a candle indicated that Elias had arrived home. Things were not going according to plan. Lawrence had hoped that Elias would be at the SBI headquarters for the entire working day. His position at the front of the alleyway was conspicuous, and he surveyed the area, looking for cover. 2 wrought-iron gates stood halfway along the row of terraces, one on each side. Lawrence strode towards the left-hand gate and unlatched it. The gate opened into a narrow, cobbled passageway which led to the back of the terrace and allowed access into a small yard at the rear of each property. The wall of the passage was about 4 feet high, and a corrugated roof ran along it across the width of the first 2 properties. A large tree grew at the end which might provide cover. Lawrence hauled himself up the wall, wincing as he tried to accommodate his body weight on his strong right hand. His useless left hand crumpled, but he managed to support himself on his elbow. Sitting atop the wall, Lawrence gingerly tested the corrugated roof. It took his weight, and he sat in the shadow of the tree watching the rear of Heim's property. The wooden back door was ajar, and the rear window was well lit. Elias Heim was in full view, bathed in the soft glow of a lantern. He was sitting at a table and appeared to be reading. The outside light faded, and as day slipped into dusk, the illuminated property became more visible. Lawrence could now see that Heim was reading a newspaper. Lawrence fidgeted. He was uncomfortable, and time slipped by slowly. It began to drizzle, and he pulled up the collar of the odd-job man's coat. It smelled of glue, and gave little protection from the elements. Lawrence shivered, wondering how long he would have to remain here. His presence would be pointless if he didn't get into the house undetected. He thought about the investigation as he waited. Violet's earlier words smarted. She had always valued logic over instinct, and it was one of the reasons he had asked her to be his business partner. They complemented each other in their approach. But if he listened to Violet and ignored his sense of certainty that the answer lay in the building before him, then logic would lead them away. In fact, logic would mean abandoning the venture altogether. From the discovery of Ruth Moss's body until the moment he entered Gunpowder Alley was one long series of coincidences with little to connect them. He sighed. Perhaps Violet was right, and he was wasting his time. Pins and needles tracked down his leg, his collar was wet through, and his thoughts were turning black. He recognized the early signs of depression, and decided to do something physical to evade the cloud of gloom. He slithered from the wall and made for the wrought-iron gate, deciding to wander the streets for half an hour. If Elias had not left the property by the time Lawrence returned, he would abandon the idea, go back to the Regal, and rethink his entire approach. He unlatched the gate and walked out, then quickly stepped back and squatted inside the entrance. He had almost walked right into the path of Elias Heim, who was locking his front door. Lawrence watched as Heim turned right and disappeared into White's Row. Lawrence doubled back to the pathway behind the rear of the terrace. It was dark now, and the pale moon cast speckles of light across the wet cobbles. He spotted a wooden gate set into the low wall between the pathway and Heim's yard. The wood felt spongy as he pushed it open. He closed the gate quietly behind him, inched towards the door, and pulled the handle. Heim had locked it, and the door stood firm. Lawrence sighed. Even in this feral part of the East End, doors were usually left open. But not tonight, regrettably. He tried the window, which moved slightly, but not enough. Then he pushed against the upper window surround with his palms and tried again. A gap opened just wide enough to insert his fingers. One more yank, and the stiff window moved freely. Lawrence ducked inside and eased himself into the same room he had seen Heim occupy earlier. He closed the window, noticing a newspaper lying open on the table. Heim had extinguished his lantern before he left, but a box of matches lay open nearby. Lawrence turned the wick, struck a match and reignited the lamp. It cast a dim glow around the bare, tatty room. Lawrence searched his surroundings. A large section of olive-green wallpaper was peeling away over the door. The fire in the chimney breast contained a low metal grate, and weeks of ash spilt across the floor and coated a nearby threadbare rug. Apart from the table and chairs, the room was empty. Lawrence wondered if he was in the wrong house. Elias Heim had created a favourable first impression with his immaculate clothes and slicked-back hair. There was not so much as a loose thread on his apparel. His shoes shone like mirrors, and the sharp crease in his trousers showed great attention to detail. His appearance belied the unkempt room. Lawrence moved into the kitchen, which was messy but not dirty, with pots and pans spread across a small kitchen table and plates in the sink. Lawrence opened a cupboard door, but there was nothing of note. Across the hallway and to the left he found the parlour tidily set out with 2 high-backed chairs and a fully stocked bookcase. This room was orderly and clean. Lace antimacassars covered the back and arms of the chairs, and a small clock ticked on the mantelpiece. A book lay face down on one of the chairs. Lawrence opened it and held it to the light. The title read, The Methods of Ethics. Lawrence had judged Heim as a man of intelligence, and his reading matter concurred. There was nothing of further note, so Lawrence made his way upstairs. The floorboards creaked as he moved across the landing. The house was deathly quiet, save for the tick of the clock in the parlour. Every footstep sounded like a klaxon. 2 doors from the landing led to bedrooms, both open. Lawrence lifted his lamp and peered into the smaller of the 2. It was little more than a box room with an unmade single bed and wooden chair. The next room was bigger and was dominated by a large double bed. Heim must have a penchant for oversized furniture. His chest of drawers looked too big to fit through the doorframe. Heim's bed was unmade, with sheets and blankets laying in a crumpled heap at one end. A small wooden crate containing a single book lay against the bed. Lawrence placed the lamp on top of the chest and pulled out the drawers one by one. He flinched at the smell of mothballs as the drawers opened. Heim had folded his clothes to exacting standards. They were clean and pressed. Lawrence continued opening drawers to find one full of books and another used for shoes. Both drawers were orderly. Lawrence tugged at the last one. There was no keyhole, but it would not open. He rattled it from the outside, and the contents settled. Inside were reams of paper and ephemera, including documents and old copies of SPR journals. Heim had crammed a lifetime of memories inside, including black-edged mourning cards, letters, and old family photographs. In the middle of the mass of paper, Lawrence found 2 neat clippings attached to a copy of the Pall Mall Gazette. He held them to the lantern. To the one who knows. Go to the premises of Gilbert Price, butcher, on the morning of the 14th inst, to receive news to your advantage. The other clipping was much the same. Lawrence gasped. The newspaper cuttings could easily be responses to Donston's blackmail demands. He had been right to come after all. But Lawrence had no opportunity for self-congratulation. No sooner had he closed the drawer than he heard the sound of a key scraping in the lock, and the front door slammed open. Lawrence extinguished the lantern and bolted into the back bedroom, flattening himself behind the door. His breath was heavy and laboured, and his heart raced. He listened, while Heim prowled around the lower part of the house, opening doors and muttering under his breath. Lawrence felt a weight in his hand, and realization dawned. Heim was looking for the lantern that he knew he had left on the dining table earlier. Lawrence hoped that he wouldn't ransack the house looking for it. He waited by the door, cramped and uncomfortable, trying to decide how to get out of his predicament. The window opposite provided no realistic means of escape. His useless hand would not allow him to hang down long enough to drop to safety, even if he managed to open it undetected. The same applied to Heim's bedroom. He could only hope that Heim would settle in the parlour with the door shut, so he had a chance to creep downstairs. Fate intervened. As Lawrence stood shuffling from one foot to another, the stairs creaked and a candle flickered on the other side of the door. Heim was only feet away. Lawrence held his breath, clutching the lamp to his chest, willing his heartbeat to quieten. Moments later, springs creaked as Heim slumped across the bed. A noise like the sound of a cork popping preceded the clink of glass against glass, then another, then another. Lawrence licked his dry lips. Haim was drinking in his bedroom, and the thought of liquid of any kind tormented Lawrence, who by now had been standing for over an hour. His legs shook as he squatted against the wall beside the door to stop himself falling. He dropped to a seated position and held his breath, hoping that Haim had not heard the faint squeak from the floorboards. To his relief, the chink of glass against bottle continued. Lawrence was in no doubt that Haim was getting quietly intoxicated. Haim did not stay silent for long. As Lawrence settled with his back against the wall, the sound of sniffing began, soft, rhythmic snuffles which in due course changed to deep gasps. It took a few moments for Lawrence to understand. The man next door was sobbing. Lawrence squirmed. His physical location was uncomfortable enough, but witnessing a grown man crying in the sanctuary of his own home made Lawrence uneasy. He had not expected this. Lawrence covered his ears and tried to block the sound, but it was no use. The crying continued unabated for a long time. So long that Lawrence fell asleep. He jolted awake in the small hours of the morning to the sound of a fearsome scream. He shook his head and blinked while his eyes became accustomed to the light, wondering where he was. The room was dark and unfamiliar, and the blood-curdling screech emanating from next door set his heart racing again. His first instinct was to run, but then he remembered where he was and who was with him. Was Haim hurt? Did he need help? Lawrence resisted the urge to check and stood up, wincing as he placed his hand on the small of his back. Cramp seared through his calves from long hours of sitting in the same position. He steadied himself on the door jamb and craned his neck into the landing. The door to Haim's room was still ajar, and Haim was the source of the scream. He was in the grip of a nightmare. Lawrence tiptoed into the landing and watched from a distance as Haim thrashed from side to side. He moaned. Then silence settled like a shroud. As Lawrence took a step forward, Haim sat bolt upright in bed. "The blood! The blood! God help me!" His eyes snapped open, and he looked straight into Lawrence's eyes. Lawrence didn't hesitate. He ran down the stairs, 2 at a time, almost colliding with the Newell at the bottom in his haste to get away. He rounded the corner and tore through the kitchen, hurling himself at the door handle. But the door was still locked. Haim was fully conscious now and had leapt out of bed. Heavy footsteps thudded across the landing and down the stairs. Acting on instinct, Lawrence felt along the sill of the high window to the left of the door. His hands closed over 2 items. One was a key. He thrust it into the lock, and as Haim entered the kitchen, he turned it. Lawrence tore through the gate and vaulted the low fence. The risk of exposure was too high to turn right into the alley, so he attempted to pull himself up the wall again. As he jumped, he balled his left hand into a fist, giving enough momentum to place his forearm on the wall. Haim was behind him now and lunged. He grabbed the bottom of the coat, but Lawrence pulled free. Haim tried again and seized his shoe as Lawrence scrabbled up the wall. Lawrence wobbled, almost losing his balance before snatching a low-hanging tree branch. He pulled himself clear and slithered across the corrugated roof before dropping into a courtyard. It opened into White's Row, only a short distance from where he had entered that evening. Time was of the essence. Haim could arrive in White's Row at any moment. He needed to hide somewhere close and soon. The door of Spittlefield's chambers was still open. Lawrence slipped inside and brushed himself down. "Who are you?" asked a voice. Lawrence looked up. "We've met," he said. "I stayed here a few nights ago. We shared a drink." "Oh, yes. I remember you. What you want?" "A bed for the night." "Show me your money." Lawrence held out a handful of coins, and Sam swept them up. "Oi," said Lawrence. "It's late. I only need it for a few hours." "It's a fixed price." Sam was sullen. Lawrence had preferred him last time he had seen him, face down on the kitchen table. But it wasn't worth quibbling about the cost of the room with an angry doorman on his tail. Sam smirked. "It's upstairs. On the left." Lawrence followed his instructions and found himself in a different dormitory. He picked his way past sleeping bodies and settled on one of 2 free beds before rolling over and dropping off to sleep. When Lawrence woke a short time later, he was scratching like a dog. He looked at his watch. It was 5 o'clock. Still dark outside, and he was hellishly uncomfortable. Lawrence shuffled under the blanket, but sleep proved impossible. He put his shoes back on and clumped downstairs and into White's Row, where he began the long walk to Lambeth. As dawn broke, it became lighter, and he pulled back his sleeve. Angry red spots littered his forearm. Bedbugs again. An hour later, he arrived back at the Regal, removed his clothes, and prepared to go to bed. As he hung the coat over the arm of a chair, something fell out. It was the other item that he had grabbed in panic as he felt around Himes' kitchen ledge looking for a key. He picked it up and examined it. The hairs stood up on the back of his neck. It was a scalpel, deathly sharp, with a nick on the side, and a dark red substance embedded in the handle. Chapter 32. The Signed Confession. Sunday, the 8th of March, 1891. Lawrence decided against going through the charade of returning the coat and hat to the caretaker's bedroom in the basement. Though the room was usually empty and he was unlikely to get caught, he had needed the disguise more often than expected. It was easier to hang on to it and give it back before leaving for Suffolk. As a sop to his conscience, Lawrence slipped into the basement and pushed a few more coins under the door. The man might need a coat. It was March, after all. Lawrence returned to the hallway to wait for Violet. He loitered in the hotel lobby before spotting a recently delivered stack of newspapers bound together with string. Lawrence reached into his pocket, pulled out a penknife and cut the cord from the bundle. He selected a copy of the Times and glanced at the headlines while shivering by the door. The temperature had dropped several degrees since yesterday. He had not felt the cold walking back from Spitalfields, but standing still was another matter. The door to the coffee lounge swung open, and Lawrence peered over the newspaper to see who was coming out. It was Violet. "Hello," he said, tucking the paper under his arm. "I've been looking for you." The words stuck in Lawrence's throat as 3 people appeared behind Violet, 2 of whom were Frank Podmore and Dr. Myers. "Mr. Blatworthy," said Myers, offering his hand. "I trust you managed to get your membership approved." "Yes, I did, thank you," said Lawrence. "Mr. Podmore arranged it yesterday." He smiled at Frank Podmore while considering how he was going to explain his presence in the hotel. Being pleasant seemed like a sensible first move. "You met Miss Smith at the town hall," said Arthur, uncertainly gesturing towards Violet. Lawrence chewed his lip. Myers was trying to make an introduction while unsure whether it was strictly necessary. He opened his mouth to reply, but Violet answered instead. "Yes, you are right. We did meet at the town hall, and when Michael and I came back to the hotel we found that Mr. Blatworthy was also a guest." Lawrence smiled. "A stroke of luck. It has been a pleasure to have companions with similar interests." Dr. Myers nodded. Good, he said vaguely. "Well, my dear, we must be off." He took Violet's arm and guided her towards the door, then stopped and raised his hat. "Good day, Mr. Blatworthy." Michael nodded and exited with Frank Podmore, leaving Lawrence in the foyer. Lawrence watched through the window as the foursome approached a hansom cab. Dr. Myers took Violet's hand and helped her aboard. Violet took a seat and stared at the hotel window, flashing a look of fury at Lawrence. He sighed. He had wanted to let her know about Elias Hyme and warn her. But she should be safe in Kew with Michael. Lawrence's suspicions had settled firmly on Haim. He needed to know more about him and wondered if the headquarters would be open on Sunday. Doubtful, but he had nothing better to do and it wasn't far to go. He was in disguise yesterday and it had been dark, so he shouldn't have anything to fear from Haim if he was there. Lawrence returned to his room, grabbed a heavy coat and a thick scarf, then glanced down at his feet with the mismatched laces. Pity. It was Sunday. There was no chance of buying another set today. He thought about asking the hotel manager if he could borrow some, but decided against it. The owner of the brown shoes would have noticed the missing laces by now and might have reported it. Making a mental note to buy some more first thing Monday morning, Lawrence set off for the Adelphi. Lawrence had been in disguise so often during the last few days that donning the soft tan gloves that he habitually wore felt odd. He wasn't able to wear the gloves in the doss house. They were luxurious and would have given the game away. So his hands were on show, scars and all. It had been good for him. His injuries no longer made him feel guilty. Other things invoked memories of Catherine now, smells mostly. Perfume and the sweet odour of a certain kind of hand soap always produced vivid images of his dead wife. He considered abandoning his trademark gloves altogether. They belonged to a part of his life he needed to leave behind. He would never forget Catherine, and would always wonder about the young woman Lily might have become. But if he was ever to free himself from the veil of melancholy, now was the time to cast bad memories aside. Lawrence arrived at the Adelphi feeling lighter. His introspection had been beneficial for once, like a tonic. Violet was with Michael, and she was safe. He had nothing to worry about, for once. It was time to give the investigation his full attention. When he reached the SPR headquarters in Buckingham Street, he found the front door wide open. The weather was freezing, and Lawrence was still cold, despite walking for 20 minutes, so it was surprising to see the inside of the building exposed to the elements. All became clear when he went inside and almost collided with Thomas Barkworth as he supervised the removal of a large wooden cabinet. Barkworth eyed him quizzically.
"Should I recognize you?"
he asked. Lawrence offered his hand. "Alistair Blatworthy," he said.
Oh, yes, you're the chap that wanted to become a member. I'll get you a form if you can wait a moment."
"I've completed one," said Lawrence. "I was here yesterday."
"Then what can I do for you?"
"Mr. Podmore said I could use the library," said Lawrence. Frank Podmore had said nothing of the kind, but Lawrence doubted Barkworth would challenge his word. Barkworth sighed.
"Wait a moment."
He followed two workers in shirt-sleeves outside while they deposited the wooden filing cabinet into a cart. Barkworth returned and closed the door, gazing ruefully at the wallet in his hand.
"I had the devil of a job trying to get them to work on Sunday," he said. "It has cost me a small fortune."
Lawrence smiled sympathetically. "I only came here on the off chance," he said. "I'm surprised to see it open today."
"It's the popularity of the library," said Barkworth, "and the lounge, if I'm honest. Several of the members are bachelors. They treat it like a club. There's usually somebody here."
"But a day off for the doorman?" asked Lawrence.
"No, Haim takes his day off on Monday. He's around somewhere. We're tidying up the rear rooms. We've got a delegation of American members visiting next week. We're getting their accommodation ready."
"Very good," said Lawrence. "Will you be open all day?"
"Until 3, said Barkworth. "I'll be here for another hour, then Haim for a few more."
"A useful man," said Lawrence. "He seems so much more than a doorman."
"He is, and his loyalty is without question. He has long-standing family connections to some of our members. Not sure how, but perhaps through his father. In any case, he's been here longer than I have. Now, do you know where the library is?"
Lawrence nodded. "I've been before."
"Please don't remove any books. Read here as long as you like. I'll ask Haim to let you know when he is locking up."
Lawrence murmured his thanks and entered the library. He perused the shelves and picked up a couple of books which seemed basic enough to understand. Lawrence had little sympathy for psychical studies, but the number of books and journals in the library was impressive. He selected a dusty tome from the top shelf and sat down at the desk. Lawrence leaned over the book, trying to concentrate. The introduction was not as easy to understand as he had hoped, but it didn't matter. The book was only a cover for what he was about to do next. He listened for sounds in the corridor and heard nothing. Barkworth and Heim must be away from the immediate area, so he made his way to the narrow desk from which he had removed the address book the previous day. The drawer slid open again. Lawrence systematically removed every document, studying each piece of paper in detail. They were disappointingly uninteresting. Most documents related to membership in one way or another. There were lists of members, associate members, American and European members, contributors to the library, and names of backers, men who had offered considerable sums of money towards the costs of running the SPR. Lawrence sighed as he thought about the many sensible things they could have purchased with their hard-earned cash. After 10 minutes of fruitless searching, Lawrence returned to the desk, feeling annoyed. He had hoped to find something else to link Heim with the recent spate of deaths. First, there were the newspaper clippings, and then the bloody scalpel. Lawrence shuddered. Heim must be involved in something untoward. There were definite links to the Donston blackmail attempt, and it had been reasonable to look for more evidence at the headquarters. But there wasn't any, it seemed. And now Lawrence was stuck with another 2 hours of pretending to research. The thought of wasting time in a place he didn't understand, and with a possible psychopath only a few rooms away, left him weary. Lawrence wanted to go, but he had almost blown his cover this morning. If he behaved unpredictably now, there was no chance of recovering his credibility. He read another page. And another. His eyes grew heavy, and he fixed his gaze on the opposite wall and tried to concentrate on the timeline of the investigation so far. As his thoughts drifted, an idea popped into his head. Something was missing. When he opened the narrow desk drawer yesterday, there had been another, smaller drawer nestling inside. He had examined every piece of paper in the desk today, but had not seen the drawer. He pushed his book away and approached the desk again, sliding the drawer open to a sea of paperwork, but no smaller drawer appeared. Lawrence placed his hands beneath the papers and felt around the bottom and sides. Nothing. He ran his hand along the top of the drawer. It was rough, and he felt a stab of pain as a splinter pierced the soft pad of his middle finger. He put his finger in his mouth and sucked the pain away, then tried again, this time feeling above the back edge of the drawer where it sat in the carcass of the desk. His fingertips passed over a small bump, which he pressed, and a tiny drawer sprang from the rear of the bigger drawer. It was darker and locked with an inverted J-shaped lock. Lawrence tried to prise it open, but it was sturdy and thick. Whatever mechanism held it was too strong for Lawrence to prise it away. Short of having the key or destroying the desk, there was no way to discover what was inside. Lawrence sighed in frustration and shoved the drawer back. It slid into the mechanism and was swallowed into the back of the desk until hidden from view. Lawrence sat down, wondering how secret the drawer was. A stroke of luck had revealed it when he looked yesterday, but who else knew of its existence? All the members, or just one? The desk was well crafted and could have been in use for years with no one aware of the secret it held, if there was a secret. It could be empty for all Lawrence knew. Still, he would have liked to find out. Lawrence spent a further hour trying to read his book. It was a waste of time. The words flitted around his head like bees in a hive, forgotten in an instant. It was not a bit like school, which he had for the most part enjoyed. At the end of an hour he couldn't face another page and returned the books before proceeding to the entrance. Both Barkworth and Heim were standing there discussing the building renovations. Lawrence's heart stopped when he saw Heim, but the man showed no sign of recognition. Nor should he have. Lawrence's disguise was excellent. He could have fooled his mother. "Useful?" asked Barkworth. "I thought you'd be in there a bit longer." "Very useful," said Lawrence. He sniffed and pulled out a handkerchief. "I would have stayed all day," he continued, "but I'm not feeling well. I seem to have caught a head cold." "Hardly surprising," said Barkworth sympathetically. "We're in for some unpleasant weather. You've not been feeling well either," he said, looking at Heim. "No," said Heim. He did not elaborate. "I'll be off then," said Lawrence. "You've dropped this." Heim stooped down and picked up Lawrence's handkerchief. He returned it with a forced smile. "Thank you." Lawrence shook Barkworth's hand and made for the door. He turned and waved as he stepped through the threshold. Barkworth smiled back, but Heim's face was ashen. He stood motionless, eyes fixed and staring. Lawrence walked back along the embankment, thinking about the hidden drawer. Then his thoughts turned to Heim, and in a sudden flash of realization he understood the expression on Heim's face. The dropped handkerchief had drawn Heim's attention to Lawrence's feet. Feet that Heim had last seen scrabbling over the wall opposite his house. George Smith had been in awe of Heim's self-taught skills of recall. With a memory like that, there wasn't a doubt that he would remember seeing the mismatched laces the previous night. Lawrence walked briskly towards the hotel, hoping that Violet would have returned, but knowing that it was unlikely, given the length of the journey to Kew. His thoughts turned to Heim. What did he know about the man, and what was speculation? The newspaper clippings were factual. While they did not name Donston, they were personal advertisements written as Donston described. Then there was the scalpel with the blood on the handle. But was the blood human or animal? And was the weapon used on poor Francis Coles a scalpel or a knife? As far as Lawrence could remember, Dr. Phillips hadn't specified the type of blade that slashed her throat 3 times, and that was all the evidence he had against Heim. The fact that the man dwelled in White's Row was circumstantial. He was sure of Heim's guilt, but needed more proof, and the best way to get it was from Scotland Yard. Lawrence doubled back from Westminster Bridge and made his way towards the embankment. He entered the open building and asked for Henry Moore. Henry was not available, nor was he expected back that day. Lawrence asked to speak to Fred, who Henry had deemed the fount of all knowledge, but the young policeman behind the desk was uncooperative and viewed Lawrence as a nuisance. He refused to answer any questions or allow Lawrence to speak with a senior officer, and there was no choice but to leave. Lawrence arrived back at the Regal frustrated and angry. He paced the floor of his bedroom waiting for time to pass, desperate to make use of Violet's logic. She knew nothing about Heim. The opportunity to tell her had not arisen, but Lawrence felt sure she would have something sensible to contribute. Perhaps a plan for what to do next. At 4:30 he ventured downstairs and sat fidgeting in an armchair until tiredness overcame him and he fell asleep. Michael roused him an hour later by gently shaking his shoulder. "You were snoring," he said amiably. Lawrence rubbed his eyes and focused. "Where's Violet?" "I don't know. I hoped you did." "But you went to Kew together." "I know. We've been back for almost an hour. I popped upstairs to change. Violet was talking to the hotel manager when I left, but she's not in her room and I can't find her anywhere else." "Have you asked the manager if he knows where she is?" Lawrence was on his feet now, pulling at the curtain as he peered out of the window. The street was empty. "I can't find him either." "Come with me." Lawrence burst through the double doors to the dining room. A young lady was setting the tables for dinner. "Where is Mr. Brookbank?" She pointed outside. Lawrence exited via the rear door, with Michael following behind. Brookbank was cooperative and told them that he had seen Violet and had given her a telegram which arrived just after she returned from Kew. She had asked him for directions to the nearest telephone and was sent to a nearby street containing the larger of the local hotels. "So she could be anywhere," Lawrence hissed when they were back inside. "Don't worry. She'll be back soon," said Michael reasonably. But she wasn't. They waited half an hour, and then another hour, and at 6 o'clock Lawrence pulled his watch from his pocket, checked the time, and snapped it shut. "I'm not waiting any longer. Follow me." He stepped into the street and hailed a cab. As they crossed Westminster Bridge, Lawrence told Michael about his encounter with Haim. He pulled the scalpel from his pocket and showed it to Michael, who recoiled in disgust. They pulled up outside the headquarters of the SPR, and Lawrence jumped from the cab and knocked at the door. The building was unlit, and he remembered Barkworth saying that it would close at 3 o'clock. It had been a long shot, but Lawrence needed to rule out the possibility of Violet going to the building to see her new friends. He turned to the driver. "Take us to Lehman Street," he ordered. The cabman nodded. "Quickly," said Lawrence, and they sped off into the night. The hansom cab pulled up outside Lehman Street Police Station. Lawrence flung the door open and vaulted down without waiting for Michael. He strode through the door of the police station and over to a red-bearded constable who was sitting behind a desk. "Yes?" he asked. "Is Henry Moore here? Or Edmund Reed?" "Inspector Reed is around," said the policeman. "Well, fetch him then." "And who might you be?" Lawrence sighed impatiently. "Tell him Lawrence Harpham is here. I am a friend of Henry Moore's." The policeman left and returned moments later with Inspector Reed. "Mr. Harpham," he said, extending a hand, "how can I help?" "My business partner, Miss Smith, was the victim of an attack near the Paul's Head a few nights ago." Edmund nodded. "I remember. One of my constables was first to the scene. I trust she has recovered." "Yes, she is well. The cut was superficial, as you know. But she is missing. I cannot go into details, Reed. There is not enough time. But I am working on a case, and it concerns an individual, Elias Haim. He may have Violet. I recovered this from his house last night." Lawrence produced the scalpel. Edmund took it and turned it over in his hand. "Those marks are bloodstains," said Lawrence. "It is possible," Edmund said. "But why do you think he wishes to harm your friend?" "I have reason to suppose that the organization Haim works for has been protecting him. I believe he killed Edmund Gurney, and it is possible that he's involved in the Ripper killings." Edmund Reed raised his eyebrows. "That is a bold statement to make. Have you proof?" "No. The only evidence I have is circumstantial. But I cannot risk it. Violet is missing, and I am going to search Haim's house with or without your help. I would prefer it to be with your help. The man is dangerous." "You have given me no justification." "Look, Reed, I was in the force for a long time. You know as well as I do that sometimes you have to take a chance. I'm giving you justification. I'm about to break into the house of a man against his will. You can come and arrest me if you want to justify your presence." Edmund Reed sighed. "Where are we going?" "Gunpowder Alley. The first house on the left. Peters, McCarthy, you heard the man. Get up there now." Michael was waiting in the cab with the door open. He squeezed towards the window, allowing enough room for Edmund Reed to join them. The cab driver scowled. "Where are we going now?" he asked defeatedly. "White's Row, quick as you can." The cabman cracked the whip, and the horses thundered up Lehman Street. The three men held on to the seat and the window frame as the cab rocked from side to side. "Michael, when we leave, get the cab driver to run you back to the hotel, just in case." Michael nodded. Moments later they arrived by the archway leading to Gunpowder Alley. Lawrence and Reed leapt from the cab and ran towards the terraced house. Haim had locked the front door, and the rooms were dark. Lawrence peered through the front window but couldn't see anything. The house was silent. "Come with me," he said, running towards the gate in the centre of the terrace of properties. The back of the house lay in darkness, save for a sliver of light from the pale moon casting shadows of spectral branches across Haim's yard. Lawrence opened the gate, and the latch clicked loudly in the still of the night. Both men stood side by side, surveying the cold, dead house, and Lawrence pulled up his collar. It was freezing. and a glassy frost was settling on the footpath to the back door. Neither man spoke as they walked toward the house. Edmund Reed gripped the door handle and pulled, but it did not give. Lawrence approached the kitchen window, took his scarf and wiped the newly formed frost from the glass. He peered inside. As his eyes grew accustomed to the dark, they gravitated towards the floor. A pile of metal crisscrossed the tiles. He looked again, then turned to Reed. "Is that what I think it is?" Reed stared inside. "Stand back," he growled, then bent over and picked up a stone from beneath the window. He rapped it sharply against the glass, and the window exploded in a burst of sparkling shards. Reed put his hand through the jagged hole and opened the window latch, pulling the window to its fullest extent. He climbed inside. A few moments later, Lawrence heard the click of the back door, and Reed stood in the moonlight with an unfathomable expression on his face. Lawrence entered and crouched over the heap of metal on the kitchen floor. It was a pile of knives. A grotesque selection of every kind of blade, from penknives to cleavers. They lay in a jumbled mess across the tiles. "I must be out," whispered Lawrence. He could not fail to hear that glass break. "Find some light," said Reed. "Follow me." Lawrence located the door to the dining room and opened it. The matches and a candle were where they had been yesterday. "I don't know what you expect to find," said Reed. "The house is empty. Your young woman is not here." "I don't trust him," said Lawrence, "and I'm not leaving until I've searched every inch of this house. He might have a basement." Reed stamped his foot on the dining room floor. He repeated it in the kitchen. "There's no basement," he said. "The floor is solid." Lawrence opened the door to the parlour. It was cold, and his breath misted in the air. "He's not been in here tonight." They climbed the stairs, treading lightly, and walked past the closed bedroom doors. Lawrence opened the door to the larger bedroom. "Dear God!" he exclaimed. "What is it?" Lawrence took a step into the room, allowing Reed a clear view. In the middle of the bed, in the flickering candlelight, was the bloodied body of Elias Heim. A savage wound gaped across his throat. Scrawled above the bed in red writing were the words, "God forgive me." Edmund Reed stood stationary. The enormity of the scene before him was sinking in. "Bring over more light, Harpen, for God's sake." Lawrence returned to his hiding place from the night before. The lamp was where he had left it, behind the door. He lit it using the candle and placed it on the large chest of drawers. Reed approached Heim's body and lifted his hand to check for a pulse. Congealed blood covered both wrists. "Dead," he said, unnecessarily. "And he wasn't taking any chances. He cut his wrists and slashed his throat, not long ago either. The body is still warm." A glint of steel glimmered in the lamplight. Lawrence leaned over with his candle and pointed to a large, bloody kitchen knife. Reed followed his gaze. "He did it himself." "So it would appear." "What's this?" Lawrence's candle had illuminated a note tucked inside the book on the crate. Reed put his hand out to pick it up. At that moment, footsteps thundered up the stairs, making the two men jump. Edmund Reed wiped his brow. "About time, McCarthy," he said. "What kept you?" McCarthy glared. He was panting so hard that he couldn't speak. Then he looked past Reed and towards the dead man on the bed. He crossed himself. "Holy Mother of God." "Get a doctor. Baxter Phillips, if you can." Peters had followed McCarthy up the stairs and was staring at the body. It took a few moments before his brain comprehended what his eyes were seeing. He put his hand to his mouth and retched. "Come on," said McCarthy, and they escaped downstairs and set off to find a doctor. "What does it say?" Lawrence gestured towards the note. Edmund Reed slid it out of the book and opened it. "It can't be." His voice trailed away. Almost at the same time, Lawrence spied a glint of glass through a gap in the bedroom curtains. He approached the window and flung the curtains back. 2 jars stood side by side on the window ledge. The lamplight did not stretch close enough for Lawrence to see their contents. He took the candle over and set it down by the jars. They were full of liquid, and a muddled brown substance occupied the lower half of each. Lawrence opened the lid of the closest jar and recoiled at the smell of formaldehyde. He peered at the contents and almost dropped the candle. "Good Lord, Reed, it's a kidney!" Reed nodded. "I would imagine that the jar next to it contains a preserved uterus." He waved the letter. "It's a confession, Harpham. A signed confession. We've caught Jack the Ripper." Chapter 33. A Nagging Doubt. Monday the 9th of March, 1891. The Ripper's death made the front page of every London newspaper. Reporters besieged the Regal Hotel, and everyone wanted to know more about the man who had found Jack. Henry Moore had arrived triumphantly and congratulated Lawrence on his success. In a private moment he admitted that he would not have pursued the case any further, left to his own devices. Lawrence's instinct was remarkable. His intuition had stopped the fiend of Whitechapel in his tracks. Lawrence was a hero and the most revered policeman in the whole of London. Lawrence listened to all the accolades, and yet... It should have been perfect. Lawrence had spent his whole career waiting for a moment like this. A case not only successful, but widely admired. And Violet was back. She had been waiting for Michael when he returned. The telegram she had received was from Bury St. Edmunds. A new customer wanted to use their services and proposed a payment too good to ignore. Violet had left immediately to find a telephone with which to confirm arrangements. One call had led to another and another. By the time she returned, the situation had become so confused that she wasn't sure there was a case at all, more like a wild goose chase. But she was safe, and that was all that mattered. And Heim was gone, and with him the threat of danger to Violet. Lawrence prowled the hotel, searching for peace. He was proud of the part he had played in exposing Heim, but hated the attention. Violet coped better, holding court in the coffee room on their behalf and protecting him from intrusive questions. She was a natural with the press, and made the most of the opportunity to promote their business. Lawrence contemplated leaving for Bury. There was no point in extending their stay in London. Better to move sooner rather than later. He went to his room and pulled open his wardrobe, wondering how much time it would take to pack. Not long, he decided. He could be out of London within the hour. He peered through the window. Some of the crowd had dispersed, but he didn't think he would be able to leave without attracting attention. It was windy outside, and the sky was heavy with dark clouds. It felt like a storm was brewing. He should go as soon as possible and hope he could dodge the weather, and hope that life would be quieter back in Bury. No doubt the fuss would die away soon. Lawrence slid his suitcase from under the bed and decided to give Violet another half an hour before telling her of his intentions. She might choose to stay in London a while longer, but more likely would join him. Michael had already taken the early morning train to Norfolk, content in the knowledge that Violet was safe. There was little left to make her stay, unless she chose to spend time with her SPR friends. Lawrence removed a spare pair of trousers from the wardrobe, folded them and put them in the bottom of the suitcase. Then he reached for the next item before realizing that it did not belong to him. It was the hotel caretaker's coat. He searched for the hat and found it on top of the wardrobe, and decided to return both items without delay. Lawrence placed the jacket over his arm and walked towards the door, wrinkling his nose as the familiar smell of glue wafted from the collar. It was a smell he associated with waiting. waiting for Heim to leave his house and waiting for sleep to come during his last visit to Spittlefield's chambers. How ironic that his sleep had been so fitful on the second occasion when he slept soundly on the first. Perhaps it was because he had occupied a different bedroom, or that joining Sarah Fleming for a drink in the kitchen on the first occasion had created a soporific effect. Spittlefield's chambers may have been a low-doss house, but Lawrence had been warm, and the company had been friendly, and Sarah told a good story. They had chatted together for the best part of an hour. What was it she had told him? He had almost forgotten, but wasn't there something about a dead doorman? Yes, that was it. Charlie had died, and before he died a well-dressed man had been poking around the Doss house looking for something. Something left in a bed occupied by a swarthy, sinister man the night before. What could that be? For a moment, Lawrence considered dropping by White's Row for another look. Then he stopped himself. They had caught the Ripper, and there was nothing further to do. He shook his head and left the room, making for the basement. Who could the man be? Elias Heim was swarthy. In hindsight, he was sinister. But why would he use a Doss house only a few yards from his own home? Lawrence reached the caretaker's door and tried the handle. It was open, and he went inside. It would be sensible to hide the coat rather than leave it in full view where the caretaker would see it and wonder where it had been. Lawrence paused to think. Concealing something in an abode or place of work didn't make it well hidden. Far better to put it somewhere wholly unexpected. Like the end bed of a Doss house dormitory. Stop it. Lawrence rebuked himself as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. He didn't like leaving loose ends. But Charlie's death wasn't a matter for him. Charlie had died of apoplexy, natural causes. Only Sarah's conviction suggested otherwise. And what did she know? Instinct, he thought. She had known Charlie better than the coroner, better than the doctor. If it was good enough for Lawrence to trust his intuition, then it was good enough to believe in hers. All he had to do was go back to the Doss house and check the end bed. If there was nothing there, then he could go back to Suffolk. It would only take a couple of hours, and he didn't have to pretend any more. There was no need to dress up. He would do exactly what Charlie's gentleman had done, slip upstairs when the coast was clear and check the bed. Lawrence felt more comfortable, having made the decision. He hung the coat on the door hook and left the hotel by the rear entrance. Lawrence found the absence of his tramp's disguise liberating. He boarded the tram with a spring in his step and alighted near Aldgate before walking to White's Row. The journey was quick and comfortable, although the unexpected presence of a group of women on the doorstep of the Doss house delayed his progress. He loitered on the corner until they dispersed and watched them chatting together as they walked towards the Paul's Head. Lawrence looked over his shoulder, checking the street for signs of life. All was still and quiet. He opened the front door of number 8 and let himself in. He had hoped that the building was empty, but it was not to be. Loud voices belonging to a man and a woman emanated from the closed kitchen door. They were arguing. Lawrence stood stock still in the hallway. If the kitchen door opened, he would be in full view with nowhere to hide. It was no time for caution. He padded up the stairs, wincing as they creaked beneath his weight, and opened the right-hand door. The room was empty and icy cold. Lawrence counted the beds. As expected, there were 12. He walked to the end of the bedroom where the beds were close to the window and stared outside. It had started to snow. Lawrence crouched by the left-hand bed, the thin, dirty mattress topped a bed frame, and he peered underneath. The wood was solid with no apparent flaws, so he ran his hand below the bed and pulled at the sides. Nothing. He turned his attention to the opposite bed. It was identical and consisted of a wooden carcass with another grubby mattress inside the base. Lawrence glanced at the wood panel nearest the window. Nothing looked out of place. But when he pulled the edges of the wooden side, it moved. It was loose. Lawrence dropped to his knees and gave it a thorough inspection. The panel was spongy, rotten in places, and the nails that secured it sat above the wood. He pulled it again, but harder, and it gave a little more. The nails only served to pin the wooden panel to the frame. Anyone could prise it apart and reaffix it with ease. He popped the panel out, revealing a void under the bed, and swept his hand through the gap. It closed on a cold metal object which he pulled free and examined under the window. In his hand was a small bronze key in the shape of an inverted J. It was unlike any key he had ever seen before. But he had seen a keyhole that shape recently. It was in the secret drawer in the library of the headquarters of the Society for Psychical Research. Killing time had become a way of life for Lawrence. He paced the streets of London again, trying to occupy himself until the light failed and he could be sure that the SPR building would be empty. Quite how he would gain access was another matter, but it had to be possible. Lawrence spent the daylight hours walking between coffee houses. He could have returned to the Regal, but knew it would be difficult to leave with all the press attention. Besides, it would be impossible to justify his hunch to Violet. He was putting instinct above business sense again, and she would disapprove. As dusk fell, he circumnavigated the streets surrounding the building. The weather was getting worse. Snow had been falling for hours and had settled into powdery heaps. Lawrence hoped that the bad weather might encourage the occupants to leave early, but every time he passed through Buckingham Street, lights shone from the windows. Nobody seemed to want to go home. It was hardly surprising, he thought, as he walked around the Adelphi for the third time. Some of the members used the place as a clubhouse, and some rooms in the building belonged to other organizations. Small wonder they needed a doorman. Lawrence wondered how they were managing today. He didn't know whether Heim's connection to the SPR was public knowledge yet. There was no evidence of reporters around the building, but it was only a matter of time until they came. If he was going to break in, it was now or never. Finally, just before midnight, Lawrence trudged up Buckingham Street to find the building in darkness. He approached the door and soon discovered that the large townhouse was impenetrable from the front, but there might be access at the rear. Walking towards the Victoria Embankment, he turned left. The gap at the end of the townhouses led, as he had hoped, to a narrow alley providing access to the yards. Lawrence located the gate most likely to belong to the Society's rooms. The latch on the door was open, and he entered with ease. The yard was small, less than the width of the building. He could have touched both sides with his outstretched arms. In front of him was a door set halfway along the wall with double windows to the side overlooking a small square room. He tried the door, which was solid and firm, and the windows were tightly shut. Lawrence felt in his pocket for the large rock that he had collected earlier. He had come prepared, knowing that access was unlikely to prove easy. He wrapped the rock in his scarf and tapped it in the middle of the window. There was a muffled crack and a jagged line appeared in the glass. He tried again, this time harder. 2 chunks of glass fell into the room. Lawrence cleared the worst of the remaining glass from the hole and reached for the latch. His thoughts turned to the actions of Edmund Reed at Heim's home the previous night. Breaking into 2 different properties on consecutive nights was not something he had anticipated at the start of the week. He crawled through the window and slithered down, feet crunching on the broken glass beneath. Lawrence pulled a candle and matches from his pocket and surveyed the room. He was in a storage area containing all manner of household items neatly stacked around him. On a high shelf, above a dressing unit, 3 lamps stood side by side. He reached up and eased one of the lanterns to the front, then used the candle to light it. He opened the door and ventured into a short passageway leading to the main body of the house. The hall, which he recognized, led to the library, and he reached for the door. It was locked, but Lawrence had already noticed a collection of keys dangling from hooks in the storeroom. He returned, collected them, and tried each in turn. The third attempt proved successful. The library was freezing, and, judging by the temperature, had been empty for several hours. A shaft of patchy moonlight glowed against the bookcases in front of the window. Lawrence held the lamp aloft. Fat snowflakes fluttered from the sky, twirling and dancing before his eyes as the wind buffeted them. He tore his gaze away, shivering as he approached the narrow desk. The lamp flickered as he set it on top. He pulled a wooden chair towards the desk, stifling a yawn as he sat down with a sense of relief. It was late, and he had been walking for hours. He opened the desk drawer and felt for the button. As soon as he pressed it, the secret door sprang towards him. With bated breath, Lawrence removed the inverted J key from his breast pocket and compared it to the lock. It was a close match. He inserted the key, exhaling as it unlocked with a satisfying click, and he slid the drawer open. Inside were pieces of folded paper covered in scratchy handwriting. A sealed cream-coloured envelope written in a different hand lay on top of the letters. Lawrence pushed it to one side and unfolded one of the documents. He scanned it, frowning, as snatches of sentences passed his eyes, leaving no doubt of their provenance. He was looking at the writings of a killer. Lawrence opened another paper dated August 1888. The graphic details of the murder could only have come from the perpetrator. Heim must have written them. But why? And why had he kept them? No matter. It would be useful proof for Scotland Yard. Lawrence shoved the papers into his coat pocket. He could read them at any time. Better to finish as soon as possible and get away. He ran his fingers along the bottom of the small drawer to check he hadn't missed anything. It was empty, but the cream-coloured envelope still lay sealed on the desk. Lawrence reached for a letter opener and slit the flap before removing 2 sheets of thin paper. Writing covered both sides, and the ink had bled, making them difficult to read. Lawrence adjusted the lamp until it shone on the leaves of paper and peered at the pages. He read them, eyes wide, as the full horror of the words dawned upon him. Chapter 34. The Truth About Mary. The 15th of June, 1889. I write these words in shame and apprehension. The shame requires no explanation, but my anxiety is born of fear. Fear of the man I am sworn to protect. What price loyalty? Does love outweigh truth? Or respect come ahead of honour? How are these things measured? Pity me, for I have chosen loyalty over life, prepared to risk my freedom to protect my friend. We have stood side by side for so long that I feel compelled to safeguard his interests, and if all goes according to plan, we will both remain at liberty. But the extent of his failings has become more evident, and my life may be at risk. I have chosen to record the truth for posterity, though whether anyone will read it, I do not know. Our friend, our dear friend, has ailed for some time. His affliction, though not widely known, was no secret from those of us who were close to him, but it grew worse, and the distortion of his personality became apparent, especially after dusk. We were wrong to conceal the murder of Edmund Gurney in June of 1888. We respected him, and he had been part of our organization since its inception. There are some lengths to which I would not stoop. I want it known that I was not a party to Gurney's murder. I did not become aware of it until after the fact. Gurney had discovered our friend's involvement in the death of 2 women. Without wishing to sound trite, they were women of ill repute. Their killings passed largely unnoticed. The police did not link the crimes to those that became known as the Ripper killings, and we did not connect them either. We would have been none the wiser if that weasel Donston had not become involved. Donston is a despicable man, a blackmailer and a fraud. I hold him partly responsible for the action I have taken, which will be my undoing if my fragile mind survives it. We paid Donston to disappear, and for a while he did. We thought the matter was over. But a series of brutal killings occurred in the autumn of 1888. Donston came to suspect the truth long before we, who should have known better, realized. When a double slaying occurred late in September, Donston approached us again through the personal column of the newspaper. It wasn't until then that the 3 of us understood that the man they called Jack the Ripper was the man we were sworn to protect. We approached our friend and asked him outright, and he did not falter in his reply, but confessed straight away. Our friend was contrite and terrified of exposure. He told us that a witness to one of the crimes had seen his face. He is not a monster, although he might seem like one. He is a good man, afflicted with a terrible urge, but one that is containable. He trusted 3 of us with his secret, and we met that very night to discuss what we could do. We made 2 resolutions. The first was practical. At no time would he be left alone at night, and we arranged a companion to that end. The second resolution was to give him an alibi, to ensure his visibility elsewhere by reputable people in case Donston involved the police. It was a sound idea, but only achievable if there was another killing. We decided to manufacture one. How cold that seems in hindsight, how clinical and calculating. It is far easier to make a plan than carry it out. For the best effect, the killing would need to occur on a particular day. We selected the 9th of November, as it was the Lord Mayor's Day and memorable. This death, unlike the others, must take place inside, where there was no chance of interruption. Somewhere that another man could replicate the previous murders, a man with no prior experience of killing, a man who had never even seen a dead body, a man who had never wielded a weapon in anger. I was that man. There was never any question of one of the others doing it. They were not practical men, intellectual, yes, but not cut out for the job in hand and the cold detachment it required. Neither, as it turned out, was I. We chose Mary Kelly because she lived nearby. Other fallen women lived closer, but none of them dwelled alone. Nor were they as accommodating and friendly as she. The location was important. Although I lived my life privately, a woman who lived in closer proximity might have recognized me. The time of the murder would not matter as long as it took place on the designated day. I prepared well, committing to memory details contained in a journal that our friend had foolishly written. His earlier entries were useless, but he committed the later murders with full awareness, giving me an opportunity to duplicate them. Late on the 8th of November, I tracked Mary to her squalid room off Dorset Street. I could not find her at first. She was out and had been drinking, so I waited nearby and she went off with yet another man. She was absent for several hours. If she had been any later, I would have abandoned the task, but in the early hours of Friday morning she staggered up the road, singing. I was standing in the shadows on the corner of Thrall Street. I tapped her on the shoulder as she passed by and held out my palm containing twice as much money as she could expect to earn in a night. She reached for the coins and I closed my fist. "You will have to earn it," I said. She giggled and took my hand and led me to her room in Miller's Court. It was that easy. Even with all the warnings and newspaper reports about the fiend of Whitechapel, she went like a lamb to the slaughter, the lure of money surpassing any fear. Yet it was that innocence, that willingness to please, that almost stopped me in my tracks. When we arrived at her room, she reached for me, pulling me to her bed. She kissed me and began to remove her clothes. She was gentle and tender, and I recoiled from her. To commit the crime that I had steeled myself for, I could not afford to become attached. Her kiss, the feel of her warm hand on my face, had already unnerved me. It was the closest contact I had with a woman in a long time, and Mary Kelly was neither dirty nor unkempt. She smelled clean, and she dressed well. In another world, at another time, I might have been tempted. She reclined on the bed, smiling. "Don't be shy," she said, beckoning me towards her. I removed my heavy overcoat and hat, discarding them by the door, and felt for the knife that I had secreted in the back of my trousers. I knelt beside her, and she reached towards me. Time froze as my heart thudded against my chest, and a momentary battle raged between my conscience and loyalty. Loyalty won. I grasped my knife and sliced it into her neck. She barely had time to register what was happening before a thick slew of blood gushed from the wound, and her head dropped to one side. Her dying eyes stared as I removed my shirt and trousers and steeled myself for what was to follow. Before beginning, I reached into my coat pocket and removed the cork from a blue glass bottle I had stashed earlier. I drained the bottle dry and waited a moment for the laudanum to take effect. Then I stood over her and began. At first, I attempted to replicate the killing of Catherine Eddowes, but I knew little about the interior of a human body. I had memorized every detail of the injuries I was required to mimic, but when I slit her abdomen open, she became less human. Viewing her like an animal to butcher overcame my repulsion, but not my confusion at the volume of blood and the complexity of her internal organs. After a while, the laudanum took effect. A wave of euphoria came over me, and I became careless, less concerned by detail as I worked to make this woman resemble the last Ripper victim. The task was all-encompassing, and time sped by. Memories blurred as if I was in a dream. But I was not afraid or even revolted, not while the laudanum protected my mind and induced a reverie. After what must have been several hours, but seemed like a whole night, I stood up and surveyed my work. The mass of flesh before me no longer resembled a human being. I cannot bear to recount the details of what I did to that woman. Thank God, some memories are clouded forever by the drug-induced haze. I can still recall dressing, leaving, and walking home. And I have woken almost every night since, haunted by the sight of her broken body. In every dream I watch her through clawed hands dripping with blood. My hands, her blood. My living nightmare. We made an alibi that night. The others were grateful, but we never spoke of it again, and they left me to deal with my demons alone. I never used laudanum again. My drug of choice was gin. Though we cleared suspicion from the one we protected, his killings remained a burden for the organization in general. Donston hadn't gone away. He kept needling, provoking us with his pointed newspaper articles. We met again. It was tempting to see Donston off once and for all. But he told us that he had made plans in the event of his sudden death. We had no reason to doubt him, and decided instead to provide a murderer. Montague John Druitt was known to the organization and indulged in behaviors not approved of by many, but for which we were tolerant. The young man was a schoolteacher. An unknown member of staff had become aware of his conduct and was threatening to reveal what he was. The young man was in crisis and had written to us about his unhappiness. He was on the verge of suicide and felt there was no other choice. The last letter he wrote indicated that he was going to die. We took this opportunity to tell Donston that we had meted out justice to a killer who was one of our own, and a body would soon appear. Whether Druitt took his own life or we helped him, I cannot say, for I was not directly involved. But his corpse, weighed down with stones, turned up in the Thames in December of 1888. We gave Donston a final instalment of money. He must have believed that Druitt was the Ripper, and to our relief, communications ceased. Time has moved on, and the summer of 1889 approaches. Our plan was successful, and our work continues. We are all safe. Our friend is still admired and continues to live as always. He is seldom left alone at night, and will need a companion for the rest of his life. On the rare occasions he is home alone, we lock his bedroom door at 10 and open it at daylight. He has never reverted to the savage he became when allowed to prowl through Whitechapel. We three do not meet to discuss him any more. There is no need. But Mary Kelly haunts my every waking thought, and I have nobody with which to share my burden. I tried once to talk about it, to relieve myself of the loneliness, but I was the recipient of a stern frown and a shake of the head. I never tried again. The voice of Mary Kelly is always with me. She beckons me still, calls me to her. I hold the knife, sometimes, fingering the blade and imagine it plunging into my neck, slicing through my flesh until it hangs in ribbons. I expect it will end that way. February 1891. Someone broke into my house in Gunpowder Alley recently. They ransacked it, yet took nothing away. It has made me uneasy, distrustful. It might be him, though why it should be I cannot say, unless he knows about this letter. But even if he finds the drawer, he cannot access it without the key. As a precaution, I will move it from my house. I find myself torn between keeping his secret at all costs and preserving my life. I cannot predict which will come to pass, though I have planned for both. This letter has been cathartic. I have unburdened myself, and it helps mask the feelings of guilt. Perhaps that is enough. But for the sake of completeness, The trusted three are... The gas lamps ignited with a click. Lawrence gasped and dropped his lantern on the floor. Two men appeared in front of him, their faces covered by harlequin masks. "You won't be needing that," said a deep voice, reaching for the letter. Lawrence stood and backed away. "Give it to me," the man hissed. Lawrence looked desperately around the room. The only exit was via the door, and the two men were blocking it. If he could only reach the window, he could wrench it open and jump through before they caught up with him. But there was no chance for action. One of the men rushed towards him, catching him unawares. The man raised his hand, and Lawrence felt a crack as something slammed against his head. A searing pain crashed through his skull, and the world went black. Chapter 35. Under Attack. Tuesday, the 10th of March, 1891. Lawrence opened his eyes. It was daylight. But his brain couldn't rationalize what his eyes were seeing. His face was cold on one side, and something wet lapped against his chin. Where was he? He tried to move his hand, but nothing happened. He could not see his arms or feel them, and he was deathly cold. He blinked again and focused on a riverbank, white with snow. Though stiff and uncomfortable, he was mostly dry, and must be under shelter. He tried to raise his head, but only managed to move it an inch off the ground. It was enough to see that he was under the arch of a bridge with his head almost in the water. He concentrated. Where were his hands? Not by his sides where they should be. His heart raced, and he began an internal dialogue. Stop panicking. Think. He tried to move them again. Nothing. Try one finger at a time. Yes. He wiggled the thumb of his right hand and finally realized that it was behind his back. His arms wouldn't move because they were tied together. He raised his head again. It was snowing. He was numb with cold. He needed to get out of his bonds, and soon. Lawrence tried to shuffle to one side, but his legs weren't moving either. It didn't take long to understand that they were also bound together. He was trussed up like a turkey. How had it happened? He peered across the river, squinting as light stung his eyes. His head spun and he felt sick. The indentation in the ground in which his head had been lying was red with blood. His blood. His head screamed with pain. His body was stiff and chilled to the marrow. If he didn't move soon, hypothermia would follow. He must get help. He opened his mouth and tried to speak. Help. The word came out, but it was inaudible. He licked his parched lips and tried again. Help. The word was a little louder this time, but there was nobody to hear it. He tried to remember how he had got to this unfamiliar destination. What was he doing? He searched in vain for his last memory, but everything was foggy. Who was he? Oh, God, he couldn't even remember his name. All he knew for sure was that he needed urgent help. Lawrence wriggled his toes. They were numb, but not enough to prevent movement. He forced his legs towards the ground, and the ropes gave enough for his feet to touch the surface. He ploughed the front of his shoes into the muddy ground and propelled himself forward a tiny distance. Gravel gouged his chin. Inch by painful inch, he wormed forwards across the riverbank until he passed around the bridge, where there was a clearer view. A woman wearing a dirty coat and a threadbare shawl mudlarked on the banks of the freezing river. She had cleared snow from a patch of earth and was scraping it with a shovel. Help! Lawrence croaked, but she did not hear. He tried again, but his head was swimming. He wanted to sleep. No energy. One last try. Help! This time she turned her head. He gazed at her as she searched the river, trying to locate the source of the sound. By the time she saw him and began her cautious approach, he had closed his eyes and succumbed to the cold. He was barely alive by the time she reached him. Chapter 36. Violet in Charge. The 12th of March, 1891, Violet Smith's Journal. They dragged Lawrence half dead from the Thames yesterday, and he hovers between life and death. Poor Michael had only just reached his parish in Norfolk when he received my telegram. He has returned to be by my side while we wait to see whether Lawrence will live or die. Michael is writing a sermon as I sit here updating my journal, trying not to think the worst. Lawrence's prognosis is poor. He received a terrible blow to the head and suffered from exposure to the elements during the worst week of weather we have seen for many years. Lawrence was the victim of a terrifying attack. The police think he was set upon, robbed, bound, and tossed over the side of a low bridge. His attackers did not care if he lived or died. The fall could have caused fatal injuries. Instead, he escaped with a broken leg, broken ribs, and a dislocated shoulder. Had he not fallen in the lee of the bridge, he would have died of hypothermia. But he has survived so far, and we can only hope that luck remains on his side. The doctors say we will know one way or another in the next few days. The 18th of March, 1891. Lawrence woke yesterday with no memory of what had happened. In fact, he remembered nothing at all, nor did he recognize me. Dr. Naylor conducted extensive examinations and has concluded that Lawrence has amnesia. He believes it will be temporary, but only time will tell. Lawrence's injuries are mending well, but he is frail. Michael and I have spoken to him several times, but he keeps interrupting and asking who we are. His frustration makes him angry. He threw a glass of water on the floor in temper this morning. I telephoned the Society for Psychical Research yesterday, hoping to speak to Dr. Myers to ask if he could give a considered opinion on Lawrence's prospects. Mr. Barkworth will pass on my message. The 21st of March, 1891. Lawrence has made some progress. He now recognizes Michael and has remembered some of his earlier life. They talk together of their shared memories of Bury St. Edmunds. Michael has steered the conversation away from the subject of Catherine. He worries that any mention of her will bring on one of Lawrence's black moods. Arthur telephoned me a few days ago and offered useful advice about coaxing memory recall. His duties leave him tied to his hospital at present, but he will visit as soon as there is an opportunity. The 22nd of March, 1891. Dr. Naylor has expressed his concern at Lawrence's lack of progress. He thinks he is unlikely to show further improvement in this hospital. His physical injuries have healed, and there is no risk in moving him, but the doctor believes he will fare better in a more familiar place. He has telephoned the Bury and West Suffolk Hospital, and they have agreed to treat Lawrence. We will join him there tomorrow. Arthur called again and said how sad he was to hear that we are leaving London. I am disappointed too. More than he knows. But he has said that he will write to me, and it has eased the pain a little. The 25th of April, 1891. Lawrence has been in Bury Hospital for over a month. He seemed to be recovering well, but caught pneumonia after a week and went rapidly downhill. The outcome of his illness was uncertain once again, and we lived in fear of his demise. He has rallied this last week and is doing well. He recognizes me and has begun to discuss aspects of our earlier cases. Michael visits when he can, and Lawrence takes considerable pleasure in their meetings. I have written to Arthur twice now, but am yet to receive a response. Summer 1891. Lawrence was moved to a nursing home in Felixstowe and will stay there through the summer. We hope he will improve enough to be discharged to his house here in Bury. It has become hard for me to visit as much as I would like. I have devoted all my time to the running of our business. It has been a baptism of fire. I have carried on advertising and have taken as many cases as I can manage, but with no experience and not having the benefit of Lawrence's guidance, it has been a slow, lonely process. I have come to understand his ways better. Recently I took a case, a theft at the Willows Cafe. The manageress did not want the police involved and asked for a gentle approach. I took my time to get to know the staff and deduced eventually that only 3 were present at the probable time. But narrowing the crime from 3 people to 1 proved almost impossible. So I mulled it over and thought about what Lawrence might do. I knew he would rely on instinct. But was mine the equal of his? I considered the suspect's characters, and free from the binds of logic, only one person stood out from the rest. The next day I questioned her at length. I was firm and direct, and, to my surprise, she faltered and contradicted herself. Before long she confessed. She was not a natural lawbreaker and took the money to help her ailing mother. She is repaying it bit by bit, and still works at the Willows. The outcome of the case could hardly have gone better, and I learned that there is more to the art of investigation than facts alone. It took several months, but Arthur replied to my letter. He had undertaken a time-consuming medical research project, hence the delay. But he has now finished and is looking forward to resuming normal duties. Mr. Podmore and his SPR colleagues are still very busy, and his brother Frederick is writing another book. Henry Sidgwick and Thomas Barkworth are both well and have asked after me. The Chelmaniston investigation is now concluded and has been a great success. It is notable because the SPR members were there to witness the phenomenon, making it unique in their annals. Mr. Barkworth says it is a testimony to the importance of collecting first-hand accounts of paranormal experiences. A report will appear in the journal in due course, and it will remain one of their most important cases. I feel privileged to have been present. The 9th of November, 1891. Lawrence returned to our offices in the Butter Market last week. He is still too thin and walks with the aid of a stick, but it will not always be so. He sat on his chair with a cup of tea in his hand, and it was like old times. I have given him a case to look through. It is not too taxing and will not take him away from Bury St. Edmunds. He pulled faces when I briefed him about my expectations, torn between gratitude for still having a business and irritation about not being in control of it. His presence has lifted an enormous burden from my shoulders. I have someone to talk to at last, and the world is not such a lonely place. The promised copy of the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research arrived in the Morning Post and contains a full account of the Chelmaniston haunting. The 5th of May, 1892. It has been many months since Lawrence's accident, but he still remembers nothing. His amnesia has been constant, and the doctors think it unlikely that he will ever recall the events of that night. He cannot remember being in London, only Brighton. I have kept the press clippings from the week that he unmasked the Ripper, but they are meaningless to Lawrence. He stares at them for hours on end, trying to find something familiar, but it feels like it happened to someone else. Lawrence has been under medical care for such a long time that his part in the Ripper's capture is mostly forgotten. The accolades went to Scotland Yard. It is for the best, and we can go about our business unrecognised. I cannot help but feel that a piece of Lawrence is missing. He is quieter, more introspective, and tormented by something to which he cannot give voice. Nightmares still haunt him. They are as intense as they were in his first week in the hospital. He remembers snatches of dreams but cannot join them together. Since his return to work, he spends as much time trying to recall what happened in London as he does with our current investigations. At the beginning of the year, he fitted a cork board to the rear office wall and pinned up pages from the journal he had written in Brighton and all the Ripper press clippings that he could find. At his request, I spent endless nights recounting everything I could remember about our time there. I gave detailed accounts of all the information he told me about Rosalind Donston, White's Row, and Elias Haim. But it was difficult. Lawrence investigated so much without me. I was oblivious when he left the Regal Hotel that day. I cannot account for why he left and cannot imagine where he went and what he was doing there. Unfortunately, neither can he. The 10th of March, 1893. It is hard to believe that it is 2 years to the day since they found Lawrence lying on the banks of the Thames. Harpham and Smith, private investigators, grows from strength to strength, yet we still cannot deduce how Lawrence came by his injuries. He is at his physical best since we were first acquainted. All his wounds have healed, and he received medical attention to his left hand while in hospital. His hand still bears the scars, but it is stronger than before, and he has more use from it. His memories of Catherine returned piecemeal last year. They seeped through bit by bit, and Lawrence bore it with quiet resignation. The lost memories of London torment him more than Catherine now. He has tried to find Rosalind Donston's whereabouts, but to no avail. He wanted to go back to London and seek him out, but that was a step too far for me. I would not allow it. We have grown closer, Lawrence and I, since his injury, and he listens to my concerns and respects my feelings. The suggestion that he might return to London upset me, and I took no pains to hide my distress. He reluctantly agreed to conduct his inquiries in writing, but so far nothing has materialized. It is good that he takes a more measured approach. The old Lawrence would have bolted to London with no regard for the consequences. He has memorized everything that I have told him about the case and anything else that he has read. He has all the known facts at his disposal. Only his memories are lacking. But it is his memories that hold the key. The 7th of January, 1894. Everything has changed. We were beginning a new case, and Lawrence wanted to gain access to a property in the guise of a tradesman. He was preparing himself in our office and had located his fake beard, which had been mislaid. He affixed it, using the mirror next to the corkboard which had come away from the wall. A carpenter had been that morning and replaced it with glue and nails. He left just before Lawrence arrived. From the moment Lawrence walked through the door, the smell of the glue bothered him. He held a handkerchief to his nose as the fumes caused him to sneeze, but donned the beard and moustache set anyway. Then he retrieved a charcoal stick from a tin in his pocket and completed his disguise. I watched him as he scanned the room. He kept wrinkling his nose and clasping his temples. He seemed in turmoil, and I pretended not to notice, fearful of what he might say. But his behaviour was so unusual that I asked him what was wrong, and he looked quizzically towards me. He approached his desk, sat down, and put his head in his hands. Filled with alarm, I put my arm around him and again asked what had upset him. He looked up, brow furrowed. "It's the smell, Violet, the smell of the glue. I remember that smell." I asked him where he remembered it from, and he screwed up his eyes, trying in vain to sift through his thoughts. Then he raised the collar of his coat and sniffed. It was almost there for a moment, he said, looking crestfallen as the memory slipped away. Lawrence hovered by the corkboard all morning and did not leave the office when he should have. Then, after fruitless efforts at recall, he announced in frustration that he was going for a walk. The bell jangled as he stepped outside into the cold street. It had started to snow. A minute later, Lawrence burst through the door, eyes sparkling, joyful. "I know," he said. "I remember. The old coat with glue on the collar, the disguise, White's Row. It was snowing, Violet. The night they attacked me, it was snowing."
Chapter 37. Death of a Friend. Lawrence spent the next morning in front of the corkboard at the rear of his office. The flood of returning memories had taken him by surprise, and he sought to fit them into an orderly sequence. As one memory triggered another, he checked it against the facts he had amassed in the intervening years, but his mind ached with the bombardment of new information. Lawrence sighed and stroked his chin. "What was I wearing when I left the hotel?" he asked.
"I don't know, I didn't see you,"
said Violet, closing her journal. It had been an hour since Lawrence's memory had returned, and he had been asking a slew of questions ever since. "It probably doesn't matter, but I think it had something to do with a coat," he concluded. "I recall going to White's Row, Violet. That's why I left the hotel."
"I didn't know," she said. "Can you remember why?"
Lawrence bit his lip. "I was looking for something," he said slowly. "And I found it. Yes. I found a key. I found a key, and I used it to open a drawer."
"Where?"
"In a desk in the library of the headquarters of the Society for Psychical Research."
"You sound very certain."
"I am very certain. I remember now. There were documents." Lawrence continued, narrowing his eyes as he searched for the next memory. "Dear God, Violet. Haim wasn't the Ripper." Violet shook her head. "He was, Lawrence. There were body parts in his bedroom." "No. Haim was protecting somebody else."
"That's ridiculous. Why would he do that?"
"Loyalty."
"I don't believe it. Haim wrote a letter. He confessed."
"His confession was false. It is true that he killed, but he was not the Ripper. It was a deception to protect someone else."
"Who?"
"There were 3 names written on Haim's real confession. One is the Ripper."
"Which one?"
"I can't be sure. Lawrence, think about this. What will we gain by bringing this up again? Nothing has happened since Haim died. There haven't been any other murders. Who is to say that there won't be? There was a gap in time before the murder of Francis Coles.
How do we know Francis Coles was a Ripper victim?"
"We can only surmise," said Lawrence. "Haim killed Mary Kelly. The words were out of his mouth before he had even connected them with a memory. Now it was articulated, he could see the words on the cream-coloured paper as if it was only yesterday. His thoughts crystallized, and his memories were knitting together nicely. Lawrence continued. Haim killed Mary Kelly to provide an alibi. He did not kill the others. The man he was protecting functioned perfectly well during the day, but after dusk, an unnamed affliction made him a monster. He trusted 3 men with his secret, and Haim was one of them. They worked together to ensure that the real killer was never left alone at night. That way they were able to contain the worst of his excesses.
"And this man belonged to the society?"
Lawrence nodded.
"You are certain?"
"There is no doubt. We should leave this in the past. I cannot."
"Then what will you do?"
"Flush them out," said Lawrence, reaching for the telephone. Wednesday, the 10th of January, 1894. It was just after 10 o'clock when the train pulled into Liverpool Street Station.
Lawrence opened the carriage and held his hand out for Violet as she navigated the step to the platform. She was pale and had hardly spoken through the journey. Her reluctance to return to London had given him a momentary pause. He owed her so much. She had kept his business going single-handedly for over a year while he recovered, and had offered friendship when he was at his lowest ebb. Her visits had sustained him through the frustration of his missing memories. Her loyalty never wavered, even when he lost his temper, or on the rare occasions he shouted. And now he was leading her towards a final denouement that could propel them onto the front pages again, with the capacity to cause untold misery. He had not revealed the outcome of Sunday's phone call, and she had not asked. One of the trusted three had answered the telephone, and Lawrence had spoken succinctly before the man tried to end the call. His memory had been faulty for a long time, but now that it was back, it was as good as ever. Imprinted on his mind with alarming clarity were names that had once eluded him. The memories were all the more powerful as he was reading the letter when the unholy trinity had interrupted him. Their identities were the last words he read before they coshed him on the head and left him for dead. This time Lawrence wasn't taking any chances. He curtly told the recipient of the phone call that a sealed envelope of detailed notes was behind the police desk in Bury St. Edmunds. Lawrence wasn't bluffing. On Monday night he had walked to the new police premises in St. John Street and deposited the envelope with Inspector Andrews. They agreed that Lawrence would telephone on Wednesday evening. If Andrews had not heard from him by 6 o'clock, he would open the envelope and take action accordingly. The phone call to the Society for Psychical Research lasted only a few moments. During that time, Lawrence left no doubt of the depth of his knowledge about the Ripper deception and the lengths he was willing to go to protect himself. He had done enough, and was confident that Violet would be safe if she wished to join him. As much as she wanted to let the matter lie, she was not prepared to let Lawrence go alone. They arrived in London, hailed a cab, and 20 minutes later they pulled up outside Buckingham Street. "I don't know what to expect," said Lawrence, "or how long this might take. Do you want to come in?" Violet shook her head. Her brown eyes were soft and sad, and Lawrence understood why. The last time she was at the headquarters, she was in the midst of a budding romance with Dr. Myers. A fledgling love affair that did not survive the distance between them. Lawrence patted her hand as he alighted from the cab before stopping to ask the driver to wait. Then he took a deep breath, walked to the building and pushed the front door. It opened into the unchanged hallway, which was much the same as it had been 3 years before. Himes' desk was still there, but occupied by a blonde-haired man Lawrence had not seen before. The man approached him. "Are you Lawrence Hopham?" Lawrence nodded. The man reached behind the desk and retrieved an envelope. He handed it to Lawrence, then ushered him towards the door. "Leave now," he said. Lawrence gazed at the envelope with his name inscribed in flowing handwriting. He did not argue and returned to the cab. The door shut behind him, and he heard a key turn in the lock as he walked away. "You were quick," said Violet as he sat down. Lawrence nodded. He opened the sealed letter and passed it to her. "It's an address," she said. "Who lives there?" "I don't know," Lawrence replied. "Shall we find out?" He opened the cab window and leaned outside. "Take us to Manchester Square," he said. The cab driver cracked his whip, and they set off towards Marylebone. Half an hour later, the cab pulled up outside a row of smart, red-bricked townhouses set around a grassed square. "Stop here," asked Lawrence, as they trotted past number 2. "I won't ask you to wait," he said, paying the fare. The cabman tipped his cap and rode away, leaving Lawrence and Violet on the doorstep of the unfamiliar house. They looked at each other wordlessly. wondering what to do next. Lawrence seized the initiative and tapped on the door. Moments later, it opened to reveal a middle-aged woman standing in the doorway. She was clad in a black pinafore dress with a white apron and held a handkerchief to her lips. Silent tears coursed down her cheeks. Lawrence searched for suitable words. Sorry to disturb you at such a bad time," he stuttered lamely. The woman swallowed and dabbed her eyes. "I'm sorry too. What must you think of me? Are you friends of Dr. Myers?" Lawrence and Violet exchanged glances. "Yes, we are," Lawrence replied. "Terrible news," the woman said, shaking her head. "We hoped he would pull through, but it was not to be." We came as soon as we heard," said Lawrence, trying to appear as if he knew what was going on. "Is he dead?" Violet's voice trembled as she asked the question. Lawrence pressed her hand in a gesture of support. "I thought that's why you were here. Arthur died an hour ago." We assumed the worst. Lawrence almost crossed his fingers as he told the barefaced lie which, for once, had not come easily. He glanced towards Violet. A single tear tracked down her face. "I can fetch Dr. Druitt if you like. He knows more about it." The housekeeper sniffed again, her blue eyes wrinkled in another burst of silent sobs. "Yes, please give him our condolences," said Lawrence, "and tell him we would appreciate a few moments of his time." The housekeeper opened the door and beckoned them through. They followed her down a black-and-white tiled hallway and into an elegant sitting room at the front of the house. "Wait here. I'll bring you some tea." Lawrence waited until she left the room. "I'm sorry, Violet," he said. "It was a long time ago," she replied. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "Even so." "What do you think happened?" "I don't know," said Lawrence. "Whatever I might have anticipated, it wasn't this." "It feels like we are intruding," said Violet. "It does. It would help if we knew why we were here. But this is the right address, and we must be here for a reason." The door clicked, and a tall, moustached man appeared. The housemaid followed behind him carrying a tea tray. The man offered his hand to Lawrence. "Frederick Druitt," he said. "I hear you were friends of Arthur's." Lawrence nodded. Druitt gestured towards the couch. "Please sit down." He pulled up a wooden chair, sat beside them, and leaned forwards. "Were you close friends?" he asked. "Yes," said Violet, hoping it was the correct response. "Then you know about his epilepsy?" She nodded. "Well, sorry, forgive my manners," said Lawrence. "I am Lawrence Harpham, and this is Violet Smith." "Oh, Miss Smith, I remember Arthur speaking about you." He smiled at Violet. She bit her lip. "Well, I've known Arthur for, goodness, it must be over 20 years, and I have lived with him for the last 2. Do you know how long he's suffered from epilepsy?" Violet shook her head. "His first attack was at university. It was manageable at the start. Sometimes he went for months without suffering, although it was always worse at night. Over the last few years, the attacks have been constant, sometimes several episodes a day. Such an intelligent man. A great loss to his profession." Lawrence shook his head in sympathy. "A terrible shame," he said. "When did you last see him?" "Not for a long time," said Lawrence, vaguely. "Did you know he resigned from his position at the hospital?" "No," said Lawrence. "I'm surprised. He enjoyed the work." "There was no choice in the end," said Druitt. "There had been an incident, you see. I cannot tell you more, suffice it to say that their knowledge of his epilepsy was mitigating. I don't know the details, but under any other circumstances there would have been criminal charges." Violet let out an involuntary gasp. "I have said too much." Dr. Druitt looked anguished as he apologized to Violet. "Not at all," said Lawrence. "It is all so raw and upsetting," he continued. "But we want to know everything you can tell us, no matter how difficult." "As long as you are sure," said Druitt. "It isn't pleasant to hear. You've met Mrs. Bull, our housekeeper. The poor woman found Myers on Monday morning when she brought in his breakfast tray. He was lying unconscious on the floor, and the room was in disarray. At first we thought it was an epileptic fit, and he had fallen over, but Myers was insensible and unresponsive. His symptoms were incompatible with epilepsy on its own, so I searched his room and found an empty tumbler next to a bottle of chloral hydrate on his bedside cabinet." "Did he use the drug often?" "Yes, but he was a skilled doctor and knew the correct dosage." "And had he taken more than usual?" "Much more." "Are you saying that he deliberately overdosed?" "No, I don't think so. Arthur had packed his portmanteau ready for a visit, and was bright and cheerful the night before. Perhaps his visitor brought bad news. I didn't see him conscious again after that."
"What visitor?"
Violet was alert now, leaning forward as she spoke. "I don't know. One of his friends, I suppose. I heard voices when I was passing Arthur's room on my way to bed." "Did he die from the narcotic, or as a result of an epileptic attack?" Lawrence's question was direct and to the point. "He died from asphyxia. My colleague, Dr. Coleman, confirmed the diagnosis." "But what caused the asphyxia?" "The narcotics. An accidental overdose of chloral hydrate." Lawrence sighed. Dr. Druitt misinterpreted his frustration for sadness. "I am truly sorry to be discussing his final moments. He was a great man, courageous and talented. A sad loss to humanity." "You mentioned an incident," said Lawrence, "a criminal act. Did it make him violent? Was he ever aggressive in your presence?" "Never," said Druitt. "Not with any of us, and he has shared rooms for many years. Another doctor lived with him before I moved in. They got along famously until Arthur's illness became too much. The nighttime attacks grew so prolific that he locked Arthur's room at night. This was at Arthur's request, so he didn't suffer the indignity of witnesses to his fitting. But that was before my time. I refused to have anything to do with confining him. Arthur became frail, but his intellect never faltered. He was a giant among men, and I will miss him. I am sure you will, too." Violet murmured her assent. Her eyes were misty as she turned towards Lawrence. He gave a half-smile, acknowledging her pain. "Thank you so much for your time, but we have disturbed you long enough," he said. Druitt shook their hands, and they left the building.
"What now?"
asked Violet. "Home," said Lawrence. "There is nothing left for us here." Chapter 38. Epilogue. Unsigned letter addressed to Lawrence Harpham, dated the 10th of January, 1894. Mr. Harpham, Arthur is dead. I hoped I would never have to write these words, and if your memory had not returned, I would not be writing them now. If only you had stayed away. If only you had died by the banks of the Thames, we could have seen this thing through to the end. Arthur did not have long left. He was frail, and his epileptic attacks were increasing in frequency and duration. He had not been a danger to anyone but himself for many years. One momentary slip caused this anguish. We were assiduous after Mary Kelly's death. 2 years went by without a single resurgence of the savagery inflicted by Arthur's other self. But one night in February 1891 we were careless, distracted. We left Arthur alone one night, and in his somnambulistic state he returned to the scene of his previous crimes. Young Frances Coles encountered him as she returned from a tryst. One lapse and his carefully constructed alibi fell apart. We could have survived it, but for you. You will have deduced by now that Arthur killed Edmund Gurney. He had often treated him for minor ailments, so when he suggested a narcotic for Edmund's pain, it was quite naturally accepted. Arthur slipped the mask over Edmund's face, trusted as always. We later discovered that Arthur increased the dose significantly. His problem with the newspaper clipping vanished as Edmund drifted into unconsciousness. It was sheer coincidence that Arthur later spoke at the inquest. Hotel staff found a sheet of SPR-headed paper in Gurney's possession and contacted Arthur to identify the body. It could have been any of us. Before the hearing, the coroner leaned towards a verdict of suicide. The final judgment was an accidental death. Speculation was rife that we had tried to influence the coroner's decision. It was not that simple. We worked to avoid a verdict of cause of death unknown. It was too vague, and we wished to avoid the implication of murder at all costs. Your doggedness paid off. Your persistent needling like a vengeful mosquito forced our hand. You will know from your conversation with Dr. Druitt that Arthur Myers was far more good than evil. His illness was an abhorrence of nature, an intolerable burden on a man with huge potential to offer the world. He was a force of good for humanity, an eminent physician of unusual skill and ability, and last week we put him down like a dog because of you. Yes, of course, he didn't die by coincidence the very day after your phone call. We employed the same tactic on him that he used on Edmund. An overdose of chloral hydrate, forcibly given. He did not put up a fight. He knew what we were doing. He is not a monster. He never was. He succumbed to the narcotic, and sometime in the night, a fit made him insensible, and he lingered for another 2 days. Now you know everything. It is up to you whether you reveal our secret. There will be no more killings. Will you ruin the name of a good man? It is your decision. Our work will continue, and memories of Arthur will remain with us, unsullied, forever. Afterword. The Ripper Deception is a work of fiction based on the lives of real people. I am not a Ripperologist, and this is not an attempt to identify Jack the Ripper. Newspaper articles inspire me. I am drawn to accounts of real-life Victorian crimes, and they influence my writing. I am a keen genealogist, and my books often include my relatives, several of whom feature in minor roles in this novel. I generally set my books in East Anglia, and they involve local crimes. I ventured further afield on this occasion because the temptation to include Lawrence in the Ripper murders was too great to resist. I am mindful of the feelings of living descendants of the characters in my books and hope not to cause offence. It is not my intention to implicate eminent physician Dr. Myers or his brother in the real Ripper killings, and I am quite sure that historical records would prove it impossible. Jacqueline Beard, Cheltenham, 2019. You've been listening to The Ripper Deception by Jacqueline Beard, narrated by Andrew Cullum, published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2019 Jacqueline Beard. This recording is copyrighted 2020 W.F. Howes Limited.